Unfortunately, it caused issues. I tried to record a video yesterday with a new filter I'd added that I'd experimented with, and it seemed fine. So I recorded a 40-minute long video, and then afterwards I was trying to edit it and realized the whole thing was ruined because it kept clipping. Oh my god. But I think we're good. I got rid of them. We are fine. Let me know if there's any audio issues. Hope everyone is doing very well today. I'm starting very late. Been a busy, very long week, and I passed out really hard last night. So we're going to continue with the grand campaign today. I think we actually may be able to get to the end. I'm willing to stay up pretty late today to stream, so we'll see how this goes. We are now, let's see here, 55 years away from Victoria 3. So we are very much getting there. We do not have much longer to go in EU4. That being said, it is a very important time for Sardinia, as we are obviously in an attempt to rebuild our colonial empire before we move on to a new age, something that we may or may not achieve. There are still many threats to our nation, to our monarchy, to our colonial possessions. So we ended last time in the middle, or after the end of the war in Asia, where we did take broad swaths of territory from the Pahang as well as the Oman over here in Papua. We took a lot of land, and we now have a significant amount of rebellious issues. We have 51,000 rebels in Asia. We have 41,000 rebels in Italy, and then we have rebels also out there on those islands we conquered. In addition, we have been called into a war by our allies in Japan, which is against a large region of Asia itself. So despite our alliance with the Japanese, which I think is still in very good shape, we're both kind of actually competing for the same region right now. Japan is really getting an Asian colonial empire much earlier than in our own timeline. So this will be very interesting. Also, hope everyone is doing well today. What's up, Reaper? What's up, Shay? What's up, Whatsa? How you doing, Tall? Draconero. I can show you the map very briefly. Let me get the music on something good really quick. We'll play this one. All right, let's look at the map real quick. So, in Europe, we have a large region of North Africa still left. We obviously have the whole miles. We've taken land in Italy, just a little bit, Salerno and Cosenza in the mainland, and then the majority of Sicily, except for Trapani in Sicily. We have also taken Crete, as well as, did we get another island there? We did not. We just took Crete in the war with the Byzantines a while back. We took the island out here in, what's the name of this? I always forget. The Azores as well. And then in the Far East, we have colonial possessions now in Pahang over here. Quite a few of them, modern day Malaysia. What's up, NDC? Happy affiliate anniversary. I appreciate that, man. How do you know it's the affiliate anniversary? Actually, I'm curious. Does Twitch like give you a pop-up or something? Yeah, I think it was 2 years ago. Been quite a while. We took the trade hub also in Palembang. We took land in Oman. In terms of the other big powers, the great powers currently are the Chagatai for, as I'm sure you can see, quite obvious reasons. They are massive. They control all the old Qing, they control large parts of Southeast Asia, and they spread all the way west up to Karelia, so they are massive. Castile, of course, with northern Italy, southern France, Iberia, and parts of North Africa, as well as everything yellow you can see here. So the more or less historical region that Spain actually conquered historically in our own timeline. They are very powerful. Revolutionary Bavaria, which is, I would say, probably the most powerful nation in the game by a long shot. They own broad swaths of Germany, parts of Poland, parts of Hungary, Austria. They are massive and still a revolutionary state, so they are terrifying. The Fatmids, which also, just a reminder, we figured that out at the end of the last session, they have actually built the Suez as well. So it is, whew, they're strong. They are very strong. But not strong enough that we couldn't set our sights on the Suez. Given we're, so dominated by trade and how it's given us so much, we'd be looking at this and we'd be looking at that with some real hungry eyes, I think. The Maharashtra, which is the big empire in India to the south, which is very large, obviously. Britannia, which owns all the whole miles, Brittany, Normandy, as well as colonies in southern Brazil, Peru, Western Africa, Cape Colony, and I think they have like a province in Asia now as well. Yorubaland, which makes up the hinterlands of Central Africa. And then the Gezirids, which are Iran, like a successor state, which has grown very powerful there as well. So those are the big ones. Europe itself is very mixed. Scandinavia has gotten very strong. Lithuania, Bavaria. Lithuania is holding out. The Dutch are holding out. They've lost territory. The French are really down on their luck. Obviously, they lost land to both Lithuania, the British, and then they lost their colony of the United States, which is now independent. Canada is formed. Scandinavia is taking colonies from Norway, which is gone. Norway is completely gone in the game now. Eric's Fjord somehow still holding out as an independent country since the start of the game. I guess no one really wants Greenland, and can you blame them? I mean, it's not the most valuable region, I guess, unless you want, tusks from walruses or something, which, I mean, there's better options now with global trade. The Hosokawas still do hold a little bit of, actually, northern Mexico. The Maharashtra have taken California. Let's see, South America is still a little bit owned by the Papal States. Fatmids have taken a very big colony now. What else? Somalia is huge as usual. Delhi is very powerful. And then the Japanese have formed and taken most of mainland Japan. Hosokawa is still holding out, not very strong, and independent Korea too. So I think that just about covers the map of the game. Very interesting. A lot of very rapid developments and changes in recent times. When did Georgia form? I actually don't know. I think they've been around for a while, but they took more territory. Because they're allied with the Fatmids, so they took land during the Fatmid War of the Byzantines. They fought 2 wars with them now and won both of them. Byzantium is very weak, and they've been massively partitioned. Oh, Twitch gave you a pop-up, like, for sure. Oh, yeah? It auto tells us. Nice. It was an automated message, too? I promise I'm not a stalker. All right, I'm glad to hear that. I didn't get one. Cool. What's up, Jay? Appreciate that, man. Don't hurt your beautiful Egypt. I can assure you that this is not your Egypt. This is not the Egypt from Millennium Dawn by any means. The biggest game in history, Greenland. That is pure ice. True. It's not a horrible place. It's very beautiful. It's good hiking. It's just very desolate and very hard to live there. Greenland can't even do colonies in a new world at tech level 3, even with a customs union. Really? I did not know that. Wow. Well, that's why they're stuck there. Yeah, they're still the monarchy. So just a reminder, that was the colony founded actually with the events we had from that mod in CK3 that I turned into a custom nation because at the end of CK3, the British formed a colony there, but they chose, because it gives you like this cool struggle mechanic for colonizing Greenland, and at the end, the British monarch decides to just pull out of Greenland. So this is based on like the settlers who kind of chose to stay there, and again, it's so desolate, everyone just leaves them alone. There's also an Iceland. What? There's an independent Icelandic kingdom. They have the same dynasty as Bavaria before the revolution, too. Well, now that's interesting. And they're allied with Lithuania. Oh. Royal marriage with Canada. Oh my gosh. Anyway. What's up, Scart? Congratulations on affiliate. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. The wildest thing about Egypt is their IRL friendship with North Korea. It shocked me. Egypt works with a lot of people you would not expect. All right, well, let's get back into it. So obviously, again, we have currently still Solomon IV. I'm going to say it, the greatest king in the history of House Torres. I'd put him above Liscandro at this point, purely in terms of impact. He saved our country, right? Really, he did. He has begun the rebirth of House Torres and Sardinia itself. If we had the character interactions, the depth of character was in CK3, I think he'd be by far the most interesting character we've ever had. And he's not a bad guy either. 625. Bold fighter, industrious, and well-advised. He's almost like a philosopher king. He is very capable. Very, very capable. Our heir is Liscandro, quite weak, 413, and he is embezzler, so not the greatest. Let's go ahead and get another administrative advisor. Start off with here. We get any of these cheaper, or are they all full cost? They're all full cost, okay. We'll go for Rodolfo de Marco, who's going to give us a state maintenance reduction. We have all that territory that we are coring in Asia, so that's really hurting us on the rebels right now. We'll wait on insurance companies. We aren't going to make any new states yet. I will pick up another humanist ideas. We're going to go with cultural ties. Different cultures have different customs, and for some reason tend to resist attempts from above to change said customs. We can turn this weakness into strength by incorporating local traders into our system of government and having them carry out our will in a way that's palatable to them. More cultures we can integrate. Let's go see if we can do any right now. We'll do the Berbers. They've been around for a long time. We're very multicultural. And then we'll leave it at that. He's been on the throne since 1726. So if he's lucky, he could be the longest reigning monarch. Yeah, true. He's basically like the, he'd be like almost like Elizabeth if she was competent. Liscandro hold the records for 60 years. Yeah, he ruled for a long time. It was a while. We have a lot of gold in the bank, so let's go ahead and deal with the rebels. First thing we need to do is deal with the ones up north in Neapolitania. I'm saying that wrong. We're gonna have to land. I prefer not to. We also do have a very small coalition, but everyone's leaving it. Not the biggest deal. Let's not land on them. I'm going to drop our troops in Salerno, and then we'll march south. Let's do this smart. I'm also going to go down to speed 3 until I get back into the feel things. I've noticed whenever I play like Paradox games and I'm playing like more than one at once, I always have to take like 20 minutes to readjust to what it is. Let me fix my camera. There we go. That's better. Some countries are apparently so appalled by our foreign policy that they decide to retaliate by assassinating our merchants in an attempt to strike at our finances. What makes it even more shocking is it happens to be in one of our trade nodes. Probably Genoa. It's very heavily contended right now. I think we still do dominate trade there. Yeah, we do. Just barely. Well, we really need to find a way to push trade out of Sevilla, but I'm not sure how to do that. Besides a war, of course, with Castello, which isn't impossible at this point, but is very unlikely. All right, let's deal with those rebels. The latest one, just in terms of long reign. Rant? What am I ranting on? Another Corsican revolution. That's the 3rd. Wow. Yeah, we really have a huge, that music a bit. Huge independence movement right now in Corsica that we're dealing with. It's pretty brutal. Good. What's up, Cheese? You have not missed too much. Just dealing with rebels and then going over kind of the current state of the game. Vic 3 better than Vic 2. Oh, dude, I don't want to rant on that right now. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not in the mood to rant on that. Any other topic and I will rant on. We had rebels in Palmbang as well. That's the last of the mercenaries. They should deal with them. We have so many rebels over here. We're gonna have to bring the whole Western army to deal with them, or a large contingent of it. All right, I suppose I can rank on Vic 3 being better than Vic 2. Fundamentally, the game's just better in structure. You know, you've seen my videos. You know my thoughts on this already in TC. But generally speaking, it's a better core, right? People who suggest that Vicky 2 base game is better than Vicky 3 base game are delusional. What I've noticed is when the argument for Vic 3 and Vic 2, I made a video, obviously, where I was having fun and pissing people off, which I still find so funny that the response to that was like, you know, a full-on video essay. But the thing is, like, people have very valid criticisms of Vicky 3. For example, it should have been better on launch with the game company's finances. It should have had more content. It should have been better. But people then act like that makes Vic 3 worse than Vic 2. In terms of like the components going into it, it's not right how it happened. But people then suggesting that Vic 3 is therefore worse than Vic 2 are fucking delusional, right? Like the base core system is just better. It's more interesting. There's more to it. You can dislike the systems, but you can't argue it's not interesting and well made in core structure. It's like the people who are like, oh, I don't like Millennium Dawn. It's not a great mod for Hoi 4. It's like, well, no, you don't like the mod. It's objectively the best in terms of adding new interesting content. It's more unique than any other mod. Maybe compared to TNO, but TNO is flaming garbage that, you know, circle jerks to Nazis, right? So like people put their opinion into mechanics and into what it is itself and then use that as fact, right? It's a very common thing in the modern world. So Vic 3 is objectively better. The problem with Vic 3, again, is that it was a really shittily launched, and with the finances of the company, you should be fucking outraged for what you got and had to pay, right? That's the valid criticism, and no one can contend that, but it's fucking better. The government system is so unique. I was having a talk with someone the other day just about this actually in VC yesterday with someone I actually really like. He's a smart guy. And he was trying to argue, you know, same thing, like, oh, Vic 3 just doesn't have good systems. And I was talking about the government stuff. He's like, oh, I don't really like it. It's not that great. And I'm like, okay, name me one video game that has a more interesting core system for how government operates that you can interact with. And he spent like a minute just thinking, and he had nothing, which is true, right? Because the government system that they've made needs work, it needs added on to, it needs to be balanced, it needs to be more organic and interesting. But it's the best system out there as far as I have ever seen in terms of governments, right? It's just hands down the best. You could dislike it itself, that's fair. You can have an opinion, but objectively, it is still the most interesting. The only thing comparable is democracy, but it goes a very different direction. It's in a very different era, and I think in many ways it's not as interesting because it's a policy simulator, right? So, econ system's amazing. Victory is better because it has core systems that are more interesting, and they should. It's a successor game, it should be better, but still, it is. All right, there's your rant. You got me, NCC. You got me ranting. You got me monologuing. I saw the Dutch government yesterday. Oh boy. What's the stats to show Greenland is useful? Let's go take a look at the development real quick, actually. Then we'll get into playing here. 14 development and 12 development. They've got a star fort on Eriksfjord too. Oh my god. It's workshops and forts. Heavily defended. That's hilarious. There. Funny story. When you mod EU4, did you know that if you try and remove these animals from the game, it breaks EU4? So a lot of mods will literally, if they want to hide them, they'll just put them on a little corner of the map you can't see. It's hilarious. What's the 16 Saints? Finally able to catch you live. Been binging the hell out of Dane. Oh yeah, man. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. I still need to do one last episode and stream it. I checked with the Game of Thrones mod update. We can actually continue that save for one more. I wanted to play out House Dane until they became Lord Paramounts of Dorne. And so I think there's at least one more game of that left. What's a Vambi? Black Ice mod is better, though its optimization is trash. You mean for Hoi 4? In terms of more like detailed military components, yes. In my mind, Millennium Dawn is the best mod for Hoi 4 because it adds the most unique mechanics. The influence system, the ideological system, the expanded political system, the ledger, the really in-depth mechanics around terrorism and stuff like that. It adds really interesting new mechanics which are really detailed. Like it's got the best econ system out of any mod, besides maybe Cold War, but I don't like how Cold War operates. I like Victory's law system because it's brutal and it really does show how bad the past is. Yes, and it also shows you how hard it is to reform, which they've been making harder, which is good. And yeah, the pulp system's fantastic too. I just got my first PC, but the guy forgot the power cable. Did you have someone build it for you, Cheese? I know you were talking a while about getting that. I'm glad you finally get to become addicted to playing Paradox games with the rest of us. Let me get my music situated here. Oh, this. So maybe a slow start for me today. I'm quite tired. I've been doing a lot. It's been a long week, and I am on a very, 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 very brutal diet, which I probably need to go off the gas a little bit here because it's been pretty hardcore. Greenland at Tech 3 of colonists from custom nations have a colony range of 150 feet, and it's 153 to the nearest coast. Because, well, you could get the advisor, right, Reaper? You can get the advisor for colonialism that would give you, I think, 20% increase, right? So they could do it with that. Due to going past flow of trade, so you need a custom ruler or your second starting perk to increase colony range. Or you could get the advisor too, though, I would imagine, right? All right, let's deal with these rebels in Corsica. Again, this is the third revolution. They've gotten smaller and smaller, but we will put them down like all the rest. We've got a good amount of manpower savings now as well. So in the case of a big war, we're not just going to get completely rolled here, hopefully. Really need to finish those playlists that I'm making for the different Paradox games. They're really long, like 3 hours long, so that I actually have like music I can play constantly. All right. Now we have to go deal with those rebels in Pying. Okay, the mercenary contract with the free company just ended, so we will just have to send our own troops now. I'm gonna send... We'll send half our forces. That should be enough to dispatch them. We also are fighting that other war in Asia right now, so we have to be very mindful here. Send the fleet. And then we have to take a moment to think about where we're going to go from here. Will you ever change the nation's name? Sardinia, Corsica? No. Not unless we get a revolution and the government dramatically changes. There is always the chance we could form Sardinia Piedmont, or the chance that we form Italy in Victoria 3. I'm not ruling those things out, then we might change. But that's about it. Let's get all our troops together in Cagliari, and then we'll start to drill them. 35 times 20 equals 15. 15 plus 75 equals 90. Range required is 153. As I said, 1/2 the range to reach the New World cause from Greenland to Canada is for upper trade nodes, so you get half the range to colonize. Interesting. I've never tried a custom game as Greenland. I have no idea. I forgot we got ERD Lucerna. Such a good general. You'll be very needed in the wars to come. Also, Byzantium is fighting Brazil to take back their mainland territory from that, you know, wild peace deal. That was a couple weeks ago. It's been a while now. People's Democratic Republic. I won't fight it if we get a revolt, you know, and that sort of thing, but I really do hope we stay monarchy. Let's go with insurance companies. Given, obviously, we have a trading company in Asia now, like I said, we're kind of doing like what the Dutch did historically, right? Well, there's probably a lot of public investment from traders and a lot of the wealthy middle class I'm sure we'd have in Sardinia at this point. And then we've developed probably insurance agencies before many other folks do, which is huge, actually. One of the big reasons historically that the Dutch were so successful in their colonial endeavors, as well as their trade endeavors, was that they publicly funded a lot of their like ships that went to trade in Asia and other regions, and they had advanced insurance systems before anyone else did, as well as a lot of public lending with low interest rates. One of the defining factors in the health of nations' economies are the interest rates that banks or the government give off on loans. Obviously, loans are good. If you reinvest capital, it does better. High interest rates make it less likely to happen, and then reduce the chance of success. Insurance, obviously, makes people who invest in economic endeavors not go bankrupt, therefore making them more successful over time and dispersing the risk. Obviously, risk being another huge factor in economic development and business. So I think we have probably something similar in our country at this point, given we have, again, like these trading companies popping up in Asia. There'd be a lot of wealth coming back into our country in recent times. I mean, just look at our, you know, income, right? So I'm sure there'd be a lot of public investment. I really do see a big comparison between us and the historical Dutch, kind of in their heyday. We're not quite in our heyday, are we? But we're in a better shape than we've been in a while. Benevolence. Our nation is a bastion of tolerance and enlightenment. By ensuring that other nations know this, we can foster better relations ahead of time. All right, the last of the rebels in Asia. The problem with playing a mega campaign is you get too attached to your monarchs. Yeah, I suffer from that pretty badly, honestly. I get so invested in the house and the story and the characters, it gets rough. CK3 is the worst of it, though. The city of Bastia has seen immense growth over the last few years, and the once so ambitious plan for the city has been entirely subverted. Many live in shanty towns with very poor sanitation. Disease is now spreading rapidly to the city. We have the money, we'll go ahead and invest into that to deal with the problem. All right, so we do have very high aggressive expansion in Asia. It is, however, so high, I don't think we should actually stop expanding. We are currently supporting the Japanese in a war. They're also allied with Chagatai, who we may get a border with very soon. But until then, I think we need to keep expanding, to be very frank. I mean, we're hated in the region, but it's a case of we have to rapidly expand, or I think we're just going to lose a lot of territory to the Japanese, to Maharashtra, and then, of course, to Chagatai, who may even attempt to go into Indonesia itself. So I got to take a moment to think how we're going to do this, because we do run the risk of a big coalition here. We already just had one. Lord Dan. I missed a message from you. Will you ever change the nation's name? I asked because the Maghreb region has been a part of the nation for centuries. Realistically, I think they would feel excluded. Long story short, I disagree. You got to remember that we're a very tolerant, open society, but Sardinian culture and the mainland is also hyper developed, right? I mean, Sassari would be one of the biggest cities in Europe. Cagliari also would be huge. A lot of the people from the mainland would almost certainly have been, as well as going to the colonies, have been colonizing really the northern African region. That's not reflected in EU4, for example, like Vic 3, right? If this was Vic 3, I think there would actually be a lot of pops here from Sardinian culture. In fact, you can add that with save edits. I was thinking when we get to Vic 3 that I might save edit Sardinian pops into the North African region, because there should be quite a few of them. Would they feel a little bit excluded? Perhaps, but I think at this point, given the tolerance, given the time they've been in Sardinia, there would be a joint culture, heavily Sardinian, but with elements of North African in it, right? So I do disagree. I mean, they don't remember the last time that they were anything other, right? We conquered most of that in CK3. It's been, whew, 500, 600 years. You know, it's been a long time. So it wouldn't be like an entirely joint unified culture, but I do think it wouldn't be a large enough deal to cause major problems or to require change from a government like ours. I do get where you're coming from, though. Long story short, and all map oversimplified, you need the advisor, the king perk for colony range, and tier 2 of tier 5 colonial range. Wow, that much. Jesus, that is brutal. All right, we're going to drill the army in Asia, and then we're going to prepare for another war, which we have to think about what we're going to do. We also do have another revolt I almost forgot about over in the Azores. We'll send the last remaining portion of the European army to dispel them, so we'll have to bring back those transport ships. King Solomon is not the type to go complacent in his old years, and he also knows his heir is not the most competent, so I think he would probably not want to stop expanding at this point. Sardinia would be very nice for conquest, but that was loud. You know what we could do? Ooh. You know what we could do? Ooh, this is dangerous. We risk that. He is a bold fighter. Oh, I want to. I really want to. Our boy's the type to do that shit too. To go out in old age after wrecking one of our rivals. I'll put up a poll. Everyone watching and currently in chat, you are now all advisors of either the Admiralty or the military in Sassari, where King Solomon has shown up in his council chambers proposing that the Kingdom of Sardinia, despite having already expanded dramatically in Asia, take another unprecedented step. We'll do a 2-minute poll there while I think about this logistically. I'm sure he'd be saying basically he's in his older years, he's 61, he wants one last great fight before he possibly will die. And obviously, given the Hosoka will have so few allies left, including, of course, the Majafat, which are huge, would allow us, alongside our allies in Japan, to allow the Japanese to get more land and become stronger, and for us to take vast swaths of Asia, including Taiwan, and probably including the last of Malaysia. It would be huge for us. But remember, the Hosoka will have 200,000 men, and the Majapahit have, oh my gosh, how much do they have? 300,000. So we need to bring probably all our troops yet again to Asia. It's a big war, but it is risky. We could lose this, right? And we could lose land in Asia. There is a chance of that. I have a counter argument. Most kingdoms with great kings die when their incompetent son takes over. True. He's learned, he'd know that. I think he'd stop expanding and grow the unrest to instead solidify so his nation lives through his dumb son, and hopefully his grandson will be chipped off his granddad, not grandson. I understand where you're coming from, Reaper, and you're right. Good kings know to do that. The thing is, we only have the traits of our king and his past actions to go off of. Solomon's a conqueror. He's a fucking conqueror. There's no other way to put it. Although he takes advice well, he's a very warlike man. And he also knows, much like everyone else, although we've really come back recently, we can't rest on our laurels. Our current shape of Sardinia is not enough to be safe, right? It's just not. We have grown, yes, but at great risk and great cost, including in the future. So I think he'd also be of the case and be arguing, see, because it's very warm in here, that if we don't go hard and if we don't really expand and provide some degree of safety in the future for our nation, it won't matter. It's true. There's no telling if, you know, Bavaria, Castalla, Britannia all go to war with us. And sure, we have the fleet and it is strong, but we all know, okay. 10-0. Wow. Alrighty. I gotta get myself in the zone here. This is a big war. We need some good music for this too. I know what I'm gonna play. I got a banger. Really gotta get good music playlists ready to go. My pretty long list of to-dos. We're gonna go with a fun one. One moment, bear with me. We gotta do this right. Let me know if the music is too loud or too soft. Here we go. Total threats will destroy us, and house divided cannot stand. There is no division. There are only rebels in the colonies and rebels in Corsica, which we'd probably treat very harshly, not gonna lie. Alrighty. You are right though, Reaper. And you would be that advisor in the room when all the other admirals, all the other generals were supporting the king to go to war. You would be the lone voice calling out for reason and for consolidation. But in a room full of men ready to fight, your voice would be drowned out, despite having many good points. Let's bring the army to Asia then. Boy. All right, we'll take out those rebels and the Azores, and then we'll go to Asia. What's up, Ulster? Thank you for the bits, man. You're looking good. Oh, yeah, I appreciate that, dude. Like many rulers of the age, Solomon IV has wanted to surround himself with the great minds that can debate the secrets of the world. Some possess great wit and excel at debate, while others are more suited for solitary experiments or mathematical calculations. There's no doubt quite a bit of rivalry at times, as the favor of the king can be a very beneficial thing to have for any thinker, scientist, or inventor. One such intelligent fool has lately come to be ridiculed by many peers. Seymour di Italia has a great mind for mathematics, but is notably a poor debater, and some would argue the reputation of the court suffers from indulging his work. Yeah, we don't have time for that right now. We'll get rid of that. Hey, with a gifted sub, Ulster, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate it, bro. We can go through the Suez now. It feels so weird after going around Africa all game. I'm also going to leave a small contingent of our fleet here in the Mediterranean just in case things go bad. So can we afford more troops? We definitely need them at this point. We very much can. Build another army to defend Europe. The reason it's 10-0 is I abstained knowing it was not right to vote pro-war, but knowing I'd be ousted as the last one against the war. True. Absolutely. That's one of those situations where, you know, it's like there's a voting process, but gotta be unanimous. One of Sardinia Corsica's largest trading companies has failed, wiping out large sums of wealth. We will yet again bail them out. We, the America of this timeline, we will bail out any corporation. Reminder, we are also glowing our main fleet again. Let's land and deal with the rebels in Azores, and then on to Asia, and on to the War of the Hosokawa. The empire that the kingdom that they're allied to are also one of the larger islands in Indonesia. So if we really want to make some minis, we can get some land wholesale here. The Japanese war is pieced out the Champa. I'm also going to keep building up our treasury here. The construction of our monument in Dimnate has finally completed. People from all over the nation gather together before its imposing figure like curious children. Astounded by its marvel, they rejoice in belonging to Sardinia e Corsica. That is the one over here, I believe. Yes. We have built up 8 Ben Hadou to max, which gives us trade efficiency, global trade power, caravan power, and then local defensiveness in the area. Who's at war with the Pope? The Byzantines, I think. Oh, the Fatmids, right. The Fatmids are sieging out that whole region. If they take land in Sicily and Italy, we're going to have to go to war with them. I've been trying to avoid it. That's when I would say we could work with the Byzantines, but they fucking hate us. I mean, we did steal land from them in their lowest moment, but it's not like they haven't done that before. And more rebels. We will have a second stop for our army on the way to the Hosokawa War. Go up on speed a bit here. I'm trying to be careful, not do what I normally do where I rush things and we get screwed, but yeah, the Pope is absolutely screwed. What's the song, Trucker Nero? If this is metal, I'm not playing it. It has to be related to the time period. Okay, that's fine. Ooh. Oh yeah. No, the cover looked like a metal though. 8 Ben Hadou. A fortified village along the Saharan trade route between Marrakesh and the Sahara is a fantastic example of Moroccan earthquake architecture. The site of the city has been fortified since the 11th century and the Almoravid period. None of the buildings today date back to before the 17th century, but were probably built with similar construction methods as the originals. The site's strategic importance was because of its location along one of the main trans-Saharan trade routes. It's a lot of the way back in the day, a lot of the trade from Asia was done by Muslim merchants. It would come from primarily Malacca, and it would either go through the Persian Gulf up through Basra, or it would get dropped off in Egypt and go along trading routes. Oh, was part of that. Oh man, Tizi Intishka Pass, which was access through the route, was one of the few access to the Atlas Mountains and acts as a crossing between Marrakesh and the Drab Valley on the edge of the Sahara. Today, the area itself is only sparsely populated due to the valley's loss of importance over the 20th century. Most locals live in modern homes in the village across the river and make a living from agriculture and tourism. In 2011, a new bridge was built linking Ben Hadou with the village, aimed to make it more accessible and hopefully encourage people to move back. We got 200 Splendor, my gosh. What's up, Tonarim? Oh man, it is hot today. Braves taxes, maybe. We've had very high ones for wars. Yeah, I think so. We'll go raise taxes. We've been taxing folks for quite a while very heavily with all of our wars. This is not multiplayer, Jack. This is single player. I'm also doing a multiplayer grand campaign, which is tomorrow morning. That goes Sunday mornings. As a best count just started. It's Maharashtra has taken New Zealand. Oh my gosh, they are really expanding, aren't they? Lastly, let's take humanist tolerance. If I striving towards a more tolerant society and making attempts at solving our social and religious problems in more rational ways, the risk of civil disorder will diminish. See if we get any good, interesting plots as well here for our war. That's nice. We get into a war with the British, we'll need to use some of those. All the rebels. Separatist sentiment. With our reputation, our neighbors think we are the spawn of the devil and are plotting our downfall. Separatist conspirators are spreading lies, igniting rebelling sentiments, and tearing Ganu. Oh no, Lucerna died. Oh, we lost our really good general. That's not good. We got Carde still left, but... There we go. Arne di Appiana di Argona. He's solid. We'll keep him in Europe. Almost none of our soldiers made that crossing. Look at that. All right, we're gonna have to wait a minute before we deal with those rebels. Muster the people. I've read that event way too many times at this point. We can actually go for another army, I think. Wow, we can. Okay. We can do another 12. Moving around this map when you actually colonize Asia is a little bit of an exercise in logistical management. Let's see, we'll go for probably... We'll go Suleimani Akimi. Get the good bonus. Let's get him up to a tier 3 advisor. Deal with these rebels. I wanted to take that siege back in Torga as well. Also kind of feels like whack-a-mole. If any of y'all ever played that game when you were a kid. Remember that game? There's like little pop-up mole things you'd hit him. They also could play it at arcades. Rebels in EU4 really do feel like that sometimes. You whack one down, another one pops up. All right, this is bugged. We've been getting Indian events for some reason. I don't know why, so. Pull the doors open. Time is more important than military power right now. Because we need that entire army in Pahang when we go to war. We also should bring the secondary fleet, I would say. Yeah, we should. This is a very big war for us. Because we can't lose that transport fleet. I'm very worried we will if we don't bring extra ships. We'll put one of our half major fleets on trolling and the other one on engage. All right, here we go. First thing we need to do in this war is we need to knock out Maharashtra. When we're done with that, we can start taking out Hosokawa regions. I'm also going to send a small task force to get the siege on Taiwan immediately so it's not taken by the Japanese, who I'm sure would have a very big interest on having that. Obviously, it's a very historically valuable place. Formosa, this time, I think. They're also in another war right now. The monsoon will give support. And we have more corruption growing. Probably our heir and our wife. They're both embezzlers. That can't be good for corruption in our country. They had a gathering with relatives that I don't get to meet too often, so that was fun. Glad to hear that, man. Oh, it's fun catching up with people you haven't seen in forever, especially family. Well, often, not always. It can be interesting. All right, we're about ready. How far does that other fleet? It's here. Okay. Our main fleet, I'm going to put on hunting enemy fleets in the south. Is this South China Sea? Yes, it is. And then the other fleet, I'm going to put on intercept enemy fleets in the South China Sea. Alrighty. Ladies and gentlemen, King Solomon IV's last war, the great conqueror, the rebuilder, the reformer of House Torres and Sardinia, will engage in a final war, but my god, Costello has a treaty port in Japan? Oh, okay. Well, let's not get distracted here. We will go to war with the Hosokawa, and from them take ourselves an Asian empire. Let's fucking do it. We'll have to take out their fleet here immediately. We should do. Yep, no problem. Let's cross and take that fight immediately on them. It's a fully maintained fort. Oh, we can't cross that way. Okay. Well, then we could. Well, let's just hold up then, and we'll take the siege of the Malaysian region, as well as in the north. We'll wait for them to push into us. We immediately managed to engage the Majapahit fleet in Asia, and we sunk almost all of it. Most of the galleys are gone now. They've got ships blocking in. Gotcha. And we again sunk their other main fleet. All their trading ships, the galleys, and the heavies are gone. We only lost a few ships there. A lot of those we took anyway. Immediately took Pahang. I'll steal their rebels. That will be our land very soon if we play this right. European traders in China. With a sizable contingent of European traders in China, the demand for Chinese porcelain has skyrocketed. The Chinese porcelain is demanded by all in Europe, and the Chinese only accept silver or gold as payment. This was a really big deal historically because it made every country in Europe have a trade deficit with China, right? Like, trade deficits are not always an innately bad thing, but if they're large, it does become an issue, especially in this time period. It's not like now where there would be capital flow, which is a little bit less, it's more complicated, I guess would be the way to put it. And this time, gold and silver were more or less the standard for currency values, and a lot of economies, not necessarily in pure health, but certainly in terms of public outlook, were based on the idea that a country was powerful, especially European ones, and economically prosperous if they had large reserves of silver and gold. That was the perception by many traders, governments, and people, meaning whether or not it actually had a big impact on the economy, which it did, but probably not as big as some people thought at the time. It was an issue because if large amounts of it were leaving the country, it would be perceived as a bad thing, and obviously perception is everything in economics, investment, and things like that. China in this time period, which is obviously the Chagatai, but they were very isolationist and self-reliant. Everything they needed, they got. They could make it in their own country. They were fucking huge, powerful, and very well developed, despite their levels of poverty and almost like pseudo-serfdom, right? They only would trade their goods, which later became cotton and porcelain, as well as, oh, what's the other one? The missing one. Regardless, there's another good two, which were very valuable, and every European paid a lot of money for it. They only accepted gold and silver, which was seen as an issue because it meant a lot of the gold and silver from Europe was flowing into China, and they were only getting back goods that obviously weren't long-term. Like silver and gold, when you get it, it's not like you use it. You don't eat it. You don't turn it into something that doesn't decay. It is, I wouldn't say eternal or permanent, right? But it lasts a long time. Whereas, for example, cotton that goes into a shirt one day will get thrown away. And, you know, some like porcelain will one day break. They're goods that have a lifespan, but they will inevitably die. So it was a big issue in perception. Opium was exported to China, specifically, Spartan. It was the way that the British managed to break their trade deficit with China was due to exporting opium to them. It allowed them to replace gold and silver exports to China with opium, meaning another disposable good, which reduced their trade deficit. That was actually the reason the Opium Wars happened. A lot of people don't understand that. China banned opium and was against opium and set certain standards for opium imports, not because it was destroying their country. The idea and the perception that China was getting everyone addicted to opium was ruining people's lives, that is a myth. Opium is bad, people got addicted to it, but it was not as negatively impactful as most people think. It was mainly a rich people drug, right? Opium was expensive. The issue that China had with opium was it was reducing the trade surplus that they were getting from Europe. Because by, again, importing an expendable good at the cost of a more useful one like gold and silver, they were putting themselves in a worse economic position, which is why they capped opium levels at a certain amount for import, which led to the rise of opium smuggling into China, creating diplomatic issues, and why they eventually would ban it, and why the British fought wars with them. The British fought wars with them. They weren't like, I mean, the perception is drug dealers, and sure, that is true, right, with the British, but the big issue for the British wasn't that they wanted to get China addicted to drugs and just fuck them up. It was because they didn't want to fucking send more of the gold and silver to China and have a large trade deficit, which again, most people don't understand. I will rant about that because it's interesting. I think a lot of people don't understand that, and you should, because China is important, their history is important in the modern world, and that led to the Treaty of Nanking, which was the reason that China always, and probably currently, and will always hate the West, when the British really just completely, what's the word? Humiliated their country. Interesting. We'll go back to the war now. I'm done ranting. All right, we took in their mainland positions here in modern-day Malaysia. Malacca's actually still around. I didn't think they were. You're very welcome, Spartan. Perception is half of the battle in market economics. The rest of it is voodoo. And then some really smart people trying to figure it out. Let's cross here. We should engage them easily enough in Siok. We'll take these sieges and then go south as well. We want to completely knock them out of the war. And we captured the Kutai flagship. Fantastic. During a battle against the Kutai fleet, we managed to capture a heavy ship, the flagship they prided themselves with on so much in the past. No great empire, but we do have 2 flagships now. Where's my fleets? I do need them to get the Strait of Johor here. So for a country like us, we at this time wouldn't know much about, we gotta siege this out first. We wouldn't know much about like the opium quite yet, I don't think. It does exist a little bit here in Asia, and we'd start to have a little bit in our ports, but I don't think Sardinia would be trading in it too heavily. Like for example, we do have opium being produced up here in northern Upper Sumatra, I think is what it's called. But I don't think it would be a large enough deal in our country yet, or we'd understand it. We will soon, and then we were gonna really focus on it, especially when we probably get to Vic 3, because we're gonna be very much willing to trade with the Shagatai. Development of veneering. Initially, many types of tropical wood could be considered too brittle by woodworkers. With the development of veneering, however, it has become possible to make use of ebony and other tropical woods selected for their beauty rather than their strength. As a result, the creation of beautiful and original cabinets and other prestige furniture from tropical woods has grown into a major business. Cool. Fire on the fort in Siak. I'm sure anyone who's actually good at EU4 is cringing when I do that, but you got to remember, we are getting very close to Vicky 3. Solomon is getting to be an old man, and our country needs to just really go for anything we can at this point. So, oh yes. How do you expand so leisurely? I can assure you it's not that. Every time I try and play a mega campaign, I accidentally conquer one of my regions before 200 years have passed. I just don't find it worth to continue after that. Oh yes, that's the thing. I am making a video on this actually. In a mega campaign, you have to limit yourself, and it is tough to get into that mindset. I've done mega campaigns for years and years and years and years. In the early days, I did what you did. I would conquer and I would get bored. But much like I think most people, probably all of y'all too, like we love history, right? We love the passage of time. We love the strategy of the game. And I think when you play games enough, you need to realize that systems are abusable. And just even not trying to do it, playing the game after a while, you'll have the skill levels to be able to win. And that's why I think at least a moderate element of roleplay is necessary, especially in strategy games. You don't have to do what I do. You can just do a little bit. And you have to be willing to take losses. If you have a bad king, if you have a bad event, you have to just, it's like, what's the word? It's like jumping off a diving board, right? If anyone has ever done that, I think most people have when you go to the pool. You know, when you go to the pool and you go up on top of the diving board, you got to let yourself go, right? You got to be willing to just, you know, do something that your body and mind is innately telling you is dangerous or is innately telling you is bad, but it's an enjoyable experience. After you jump off a high dive, right? It feels great. But before you do it, it's terrifying. And it's the same in strategy games because we're so, I think, coded and we're so adjusted and used to just brutally trying to win and use every advantage we can, which is fun. But in a mega campaign, you don't have that if you want to continue through them. So you have to force yourself and almost de-learn old skills and learn how to allow to lose, right? It's tough because you get attached to your family, you get attached to your country. It's innately hard to let yourself lose in strategy games, but you have to, because if you don't, it's not going to be enjoyable. So my best advice to you, OES, and for anyone else who wants to play a mega campaign or who's playing one, is the biggest thing to learn from mega campaign is not the game skills. You have to learn how to lose and how to enjoy losing, because it adds to the overall story and it makes the game more fun. And that's a tough thing to do, I know, but it really is what makes these unique, and it will make for some of the best and most enjoyable campaigns you'll ever play in strategy games. Hope that answers your question. Another huge naval battle won there. Fantastic. No, we don't have military access. I see. There's no way in fuck we're getting it either. I'm gonna do something else here too. I'm gonna send a small detachment here, and then I'll send them up to Formosa. Barbarians all Central Europe. They are terrifyingly powerful. I feel like the Shagatai is like the Ottoman Empire. Wonder if it will collapse in Vicky 3. Lord Dan, Daunt? Is it Lord Daunt or Lord Dan? I keep saying Lord Dan. Let me know what you'd prefer. I think they are very equivalent. They're like an Ottoman Empire that appears much later in the game. Very advanced military reforms, very unique military style, very strong leaders that has led to them forming a super empire, right? But with Vicky 3 and with their cultural and religious issues, I think there's a good chance we're going to see some pretty crazy stuff in Asia, which is one of the reasons, among many, I am so much looking forward to when we get to that. Let's split off a small contingent here. Well, they've got a lot of parps author. Yeah, you're right about that. But a lot of them will not like the ruling government, will they? Especially with the brutal laws they're going to have in Vic 3, I'm sure. I'll be very liberal with changing AI countries' laws to fit what they are. We'll leave the small fleet for that. This is where this gets to be difficult. We need to land on their home island, but we can't get military access and cross. So we're basically going to have to do a naval invasion here. It's effectively what this is. Unless we get it from the Dutch. I doubt it. Can the Majapahat probably walk into the Dutch-owned Batavia there? Dante, Okay, for sure, Dante. A good name. Good book, too. Or writer, I should say. Not too sure here. I'm gonna be safe here. We're gonna navally invade the far corner of the island straight, and then we'll land the rest of our army and walk west is what we're gonna do here. I think we'll have time to land both of them with our transport fleet. Yeah, Scandinavian formed, and they are fucking huge too. They're going east. They're gonna contend the Chagatai soon. They're powerful as well. It's a very strong Scandinavia. I bought the Dharma DLC when it came out, and to this day, I've never seen Europeans actually take part of India or Indonesia. I think it's because it made them so much stronger, IMC. I'm not too sure. I've seen them go into Indonesia, but that's about it. But pricey boy. Just want to say thank you for the Hoi 4 and Vic 3 multiplayer roleplay. It's been fun watching those videos. Glad you enjoy them, dude. I appreciate you saying so. As always, very appreciated. I do put a lot of work into those videos, so it's always nice to know that people enjoy them. All right, I gotta focus up here, though. Oh, here we go. Silk is the other thing that the Europeans would import from the Qing and from Asia that would get them a trade deficit. That was the one I was forgetting. Silk has been in high demand throughout the world since long before the Middle Ages, and its procurement was one of the driving forces behind the voyages of discovery in the East. With the greater availability of silk, both raw and woven, demand for silk cloth in the West is soaring even higher. All right. Is there any in Asia we could get our hands on here? Curious. Exotic animals. I really like the trade mod we're using. It is a lot of fun. I don't think silk production goes this far south in EU4, but I do want to check here. Bear with me for a moment. Ah, vanilla. You know what was one of my most... I'm really sidetracking today. You know what one of my most memorable experiences was as a kid? Vanilla is my favorite flavor, probably, period. I love vanilla. I know. It's a generic flavor, but it really has a nice taste to it, right? Vanilla ice cream, vanilla ingredients in anything, right? It just makes it better. I loved it. So as a kid, I think I've told this story before. I thought that obviously, you know, vanilla from the source must be the best, right? So I took a long sip of vanilla extract, which was one of the most mentally scarring images of my early years. Shit does not taste good. It tastes very bad. And I drank enough of it to really understand that. I still love vanilla, but my God. All right, it looks like there is no silk production down here. Well, there's coal in Cebu. There's a lot of coal in Philippines. No, there's no silk down here. That's a shame. Oh, hold on. Formosa, actually. Geez, there's carpets. Silk's in the game, right? It is. We get cheese, Chinaware, and then carpets. Okay. All right, let's focus on the naval invasion here. You back to intercept enemy fleets in the south. Trying to see, we got to keep them completely destroyed navally. All right, they are going to bring an army east, so we'll have to immediately bring our other forces here. This is going to be very risky. We could lose a lot of men. Counter-revolutionaries in Cagliari once more. Good, wonderful. It's just that I have a literal reflex to take the most beneficial options in CK3. Yeah, we all do. And I just can't stand not declaring a war if I had the Casus Belli for it. It takes a lot of effort to just think about what my character would do in that situation, instead of going for the option that gives me stress, that gives me golden prestige, rather than the option that gets, according to my traits, to give me slight debuffs. All right, OES, the way I recommend to look at this that really got me to switch is like, well, it's two things. One, ask yourself the honest question. If I wanted to, could I win this game? And for most Paradox players, the answer will be yes. If I really meta, if I really abuse game systems, can I just conquer everyone around me and expand to the point of being boring? Yes, almost certainly. If you watch tutorials and played more than 100 hours, a couple hundred hours, depending on the game, you can do that. So be honest with yourself and just say, I can break this game anytime I want. And then the other thing is, play a game, start as like a count in CK3. I think that's a good way to learn. Start as a count in an interesting area you find interesting historically, an interesting character you like or something like that. Play on speed 2. Don't go past it. Don't let yourself go past it. And just focus on playing out the character, his traits, his events. Pretend you're him. It's like, don't want to say acting, because it's not like that, but it's like, you know, playing out a character. It's like writing a roleplay story. It's like playing D&D. Just think about what your character would do and put yourself in his shoes and try and play not as yourself, but as the character. Do that for a game. Don't let yourself go past count. Don't let yourself go past speed 2. Focus on character interactions and your traits. Play that game out. And I will say with 99% certainty, you'll find by the end of it, you'll be able to do it much better, and you'll probably have one of the more enjoyable games you've had for a while. I think that's a good way to get into roleplay, and I think that's a good way to condition yourself for doing mega campaigns too. Because not only do you learn some of those things if you force yourself to do it, but you realize how much more fun the campaign is to do it that way, because it is. For most people. There are folks who love to play strategy games just to really fight big wars and stuff because they're fun, like HOI4 Comp. It's very fun. I like it too. And then there's players who like strategy games because they like to learn the systems and learn how to abuse the systems, like a puzzle, right? You can play these games like a puzzle. You can play these games like competitive esports. You can play these games just for fun and do whatever you want, or you can play yourself these games for more of a story. And for a mega campaign, you kind of have to do casual or optimally story. You don't have to make it crazy, but you have to do that to limit yourself if you want to get through the game and not be bored. So that'd be my recommendation to you on that. And yes, vanilla is amazing. Oh, I love vanilla ice cream. The good shit too, not like generic store stuff. It kills type when I'm bored. It's so fun to watch them. May I ask, if you're ever going to do a Japan roleplay, as I love a lot of Japanese stuff? Yes, absolutely, Pricey. In Vic 3 multiplayer, it's one of the big countries I really want to do. I think next one I'll join, I'll probably do Sweden, and then the one after that will probably be Japan. I do have a mod list for House Dane Saints. It should be linked in the description for those videos. If not, I can go look for it on my Steam real quick. CK3 is not strategy, it's Sims on medieval ages. It's an RPG and a strategy game on top of each other. It has very mild strategy elements. Most Paradox games are large part like strategy and then other maybe components thrown in depending on the game. CK3 is by nature an RPG, and then as a secondary, there's some management and strategy in there. It's very minor in comparison. You're right. I mean, it is much more like Sims or medieval, but it's got strategy elements in it. Yeah, I think many people would argue it's not a strategy game, and that's a good argument to be made, but there are components in it if you want it. I appreciate that, man. Have a very good evening. And yes, there will absolutely be a Japan series out at some point. I don't know when it will be. Could be a few months, but it will happen. Because I also have a lot of things I want to do with that. Oh boy. Okay. We got to make a decision right now. Okay, we go with what we have then. This is a big battle, folks. All flat too. We go with what we have. Oh, we scared them off. Good. Good. We scared them off there. We'll send half our forces to take that eastern fort so we have an area we can retreat to. And then we'll go west. Whole family dynamic in CK3 can be somewhat compared to The Sims, but otherwise, yeah, not really. It has elements of it. It's in a similar vein. It's like an RPG. It's very character-based in that way. But it is also strategy-based, and it runs very differently in Sims, right? Sims don't have, like, character traits. There's not as much complexity, I actually think, in terms of character development and events in their life, right? It's very much about you. It's about, like, I haven't played Sims in forever. Career, building your house, socializing, things like that. CK3 is more like a story game. It's like an RPG. It's about, like, what happens to your character alongside your own decisions and what life throws at them that makes them become who they are, right? And then their ancestors. I like it much better, but it's not for everyone. We'll support them in Ludovisi. I can't decide if they want to battle here or not. Try to cross again. We can probably bait them into a battle here if we're careful. I'm actually going to leave the main force here. Then the second one east. They are going to come for this battle at some point, I think. I think it's going to be the most frustrating thing I've ever done, but I'll take your word for it. I'll try to find a count and I'll start tomorrow seeing as it's quite late here in Europe. Yep, sounds good, man. It will be frustrating in the beginning. Just be patient with it. It will take a little bit of time, but you may get into it. You may also find that you just don't like that playstyle, in which case mega campaigns will be hard and maybe not enjoyable for you, but I think if you do force yourself to do it for long enough, you'll understand the enjoyment enough to want to do it, and you'll train yourself mentally that way. We actually do have enough troops. Good. Oh, it's hot today. How hot is it? I don't fucking think so. I think we have them here. They went into port. Did they? Where did that fleet go? That fleet just disappeared. Where the hell did it go? It must have gone around? No idea. All right, East Timor is about to fall. We'll push around. We'll take all of these islands. And then we're going to go after the Hosokawa. We also got to deal with those rebels over there in the east. I'm going to go ahead and try and land. We'll wait for Formosa. We actually, there's a lot of armies here in Asia. We got to be a bit more careful. I'm being a little too cavalier about this. A warm day indeed, although where I was, there were multiple spurts of rain. It was kind of ridiculous. Dude, rain when it's really hot is so gross. I love rain, but when it's hot out, it's so nasty. The growing economy of Corsica is attracting people from the entire kingdom to a province. A steady trickle of people are leaving the countryside to seek out new opportunities and new life in the city of Bastia. Oh, there's rebels, probably. Ooh, hello. They sent their main fleet in to attack ours. I think we should win this, though. Yep. They just could not contend with the quality of our military. Just music playlist. Am I playing the right one? I'm trying to play the Shogun playlist because it's really good. Remember it being this mid. Let's go back to the classic. Hard to go wrong with this one. I recommend being a vassal. More mechanics. More interesting. Ooh, Abdallah Ilyas, a good drill master. my god. A drill master par excellence, Abu Abdallah Ilyas, has turned our army to clockwork automatons that don't flinch to the battlefield. 10 discipline for 6 years and 50 prestige. My fucking god. Woo. High discipline. Let's go. What is our discipline now? I bet it is just nutty. Almost 130. Yep. Pretty solid. Fuck the church. Let's push west again. Oh boy! Folks, look what we can do. Oh, I didn't think we'd get it. I didn't think we'd get it in EU4. Cultural union gain. Due to reaching the government rank of empire, we are now a cultural union of Latin culture. We actually managed to get empire. Holy fuck, I didn't think we'd get it in EU4. My god, Solomon. The man who inherited a broken nation and built an empire. What a legend. Woo! I did not think we'd get that. Wow. We also have cultural hegemony in Italy now. Wow, wow, wow. We're a force again. It took a while, but we are both relevant and a force to be reckoned with once more. We sunk the flagship and the Majipahites as well. A good little spicing on the dish of empire. Oh man, the emperor, look at that. Woo, let's go. This is a big day for Sardinia. Kingdom for nigh on 600 years now, and empire. Gems, iron. Oh, there. Look at our war score right now, too. Rolling. We are rolling. Government policies. There's widespread support among the people and nobility for our current policies. Indeed, they are being magnified well beyond their actual efficiency as proof of the government's goodwill and interest in the welfare of the realm. Let's gain stability. Oh, boy. Wow. I think Solomon's back is hurting from carrying the country. I think he has a fair bit of spine damage at this point, frankly. All right, let's take this battle. I think we can win this. The terrain in Bali? Yeah, we can win that. Oh, they're running too. Not happening. Oh man, we wiped their whole army. We're fucking strong, dude. We've come a long way from when we were losing every land battle we fought, haven't we? My gosh. Yeah, a lot of prisoners were executed. Don't think too hard about that. In the afterlife, Solomon II, Liscandro I will be fighting over who's the best monarch. True. One's like more good, and the other one's pure evil. Solomon's not a good king or emperor, I would say, but he's not an evil one like Liscandro. The great in history? Oh yeah. He'd have the great for sure. He'd be like Peter, right? Very similar. A reformer, a modernizer, a transformer of a nation to a great power. We're not a great power, but we're also not too far away now. Oh yeah. Music up. Not hype enough. This is why I love mega campaigns, especially if you play with the edge of defeat. I mean, we were so close to the end, and my gosh, look what we've become. They landed an army up north. It's fine, we're gonna take their home island. on the fort. We get another army. I think we can. We have the manpower for it. No, we're at max. I'm gonna keep our army together here because we have to get another big battle. We wiped a huge stack, but they've got a lot of soldiers left on the whole mile. Oh yeah. Liberté, égalité, fraternité. Like a mighty torch, bringing the light of reason into even the darkest corners of the old and new worlds. The Enlightenment is sweeping across the world. Supporting this movement will doubtlessly lead to advances in science and philosophy. The movement's notions about human freedom and the unalienable rights of man may cause a bit of a rebellious fervor in our country. I mean, it's not like we haven't had that for quite some time. No, let's not do that. We will not embrace that. I think not. Has broken the record for the longest reign. He has been on the throne since he was 6 years old in 1726. Wow. Yeah, that is, he is by far our greatest leader in history. He will have a very large statue in the capital soon. Take another big fight here. Another fucking stack wipe. Are you kidding me? It's because our discipline is just so ridiculously high now. So the maid. Benefits that getting a Latin cultural union would happen under a leader who's actually started expansion in Italy. True. Yeah, we took land in Sicily, and then obviously in modern day Naples, or modern day Naples, modern day southern Italy. I've got that Victoria 3 mindset, I guess. But that was, oh, Japan took it. They have the same color. We'll go take some of their spice islands too, if we can take them in the peace deal. Very valuable in this time period. Yeah, Liscandro may actually not even inherit. He might be outlived by Solomon. There's a pretty good chance of that, I think. Oh, where do you think you're going? Let's be careful here, actually. I'm not gonna split the army. I'm gonna take a lot of territory too. Keep getting these bugged events. We are not Hindu. Did Solomon convert to Hindu? I don't remember that. Yeah. Yes, he is. I'm gonna expand the fleet even more too if we can. I think we're over. We might be able to get a naval hegemon this game. We need to become a great power though. Bit loud? Thank you for telling me. Just a reminder, guys, I always hear the music different than y'all do. If it ever gets too loud, please let me know. Reports have reached you regarding Marshal Abu Abdallah Ilyas. Oh, he's amazing. What's going on? It seems he's been using your soldiers to extort money from the peasants and Sassari. God damn it, he's so competent though. We're gonna fire him. I hate to do that, but there's no way we can keep him, even with his competence for that. That is rough. We'll go Qasim Silmi. Saw he coming. Big battle, come on. Big naval victory, come on, let's get the land one too. Oh, we didn't wipe their army this time, but we did a lot of damage, look at that. We've almost completely conquered their whole mile. Counter-revolutions are happening, fantastic. We're gonna probably get a coalition war with what we're gonna take on this deal though. But we need a very, very large navy. We have. We can hold on to these islands, we'll be fine. Deal with that army too. Well, this military power. I guess we'll develop a little bit more. Almost at 300,000 max now. It's safe to say we're going to win this war. We're going to give Japan a ton of land back in Hosokawa as well. I'm going to only try and take Formosa from them. And probably this island. I'm gonna do a separate piece with the Meja Pahit if we can get it, and just take really as much as we can. We're gonna have a lot of aggressive expansion after this, which will be interesting. We are really we are flying very close to the sun here with what we're about to do. But as I said, this is our all or nothing era, really. I can't believe the Dutch got Batavia though. It's so funny. The Hosokawa have 80,000 soldiers sieging out Japanese land in Indonesia. Or really in Western Philippines, I guess. That is an interesting strategic choice. Matsu did get independence, so we'll have to go after them too, because they were rebels there I forgot about. Open the 3.3 gigabyte mod file for Game of Thrones CK3 is going to take 4 hours. Jesus Christ, what kind of download do you have there, man? Are you living in the sticks or? That's pretty brutal. Here we go. We sunk their flagship. Chase down the last of their army there and finish this. And they are gone. We'll take the last of these little provinces on the mainland, and we're gonna see what we want to take in the peace deal with them. Pick Formosa and end this war. Huge victory for ourselves and Japan and Asia. Yeah, true. Watching streams or downloading is bad. That's true. You might want to turn off the stream to get it quicker. Twitch actually does take up a lot of your bandwidth when you watch. Knock them out of port. We have no desire for cardinals. We don't even operate really in the Holy See at this point. Oh, my internet was so bad, stream just said over 1 year. Steam, you mean? Oh, yeah, Steam, okay. Yeah, we're almost there. 89. I've been streaming for 2 hours already. Dude, like when I get into games, time just disappears. I think we all know that feeling. Well, with mega campaigns, it's the worst. Especially this one. Like a time vacuum. I just look up and oof, hours are gone. Alrighty. Wow. We have come so far so quickly. Alright. I'm not even gonna go after this army. We might just take land from them in the south. Frankly. Is that actually all we can take from them? Oh yeah, we will be getting a large coalition. Our war score needs to go higher with them, actually. All right. They don't want to call uncle. That's fine. Maybe we'll keep this going. What's a Waffle Fortress? I am running. Keep in mind this is a roleplay game. I am running naval, trade, quality, economic, defensive, innovative, maritime, and humanist. As we are a heavy naval power that's reformed dramatically in recent years. Tyrannical nobles. We're going to chastise them. We have had and will continue to have a very bad relationship with them. You're very welcome. Hope you are having a lovely day. It's not too hot where you're at, and you're not sweating like me. Knock out that army immediately. The other one, I think I'm half tempted to send north, but we gotta be careful here. No, we'll send it up here, because I do want to take that Malaysian territory if we can get it. We're out of sailors too. Let's go ahead and get rid of some of those ships we've captured. We've taken so many. Oh yeah, look at that. Some of the nobles are complaining about the reduced influence over the nation's army and that their levies are less relevant than the king's own professional army. No shit. Oh. Fuck them. They're gonna revolt in Kairouan. Unfortunately, that is right next to an army of 55,000 soldiers, so we will dispatch them immediately. We are now trading in cloves, giving us trade efficiency. Wonderful. We're actually getting some of those bonuses going. And we really are going to corner some of that market, aren't we? Cloves and a lot of spices are really going down in value at this point in history. I don't know if the game reflects that, but they're no longer as highly sought as they used to be. Tobacco, cotton, coffee. That's the name of the game nowadays. And opium, to a lesser degree. We don't have the men for this, so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of them. Close those galleys. We don't need those. Let's hunt them in Asia too. Up north. East, trying to see. We'll help out the Japanese a bit. I think they're having trouble navally. Hosokawa did have a very strong navy, to be fair. We need all these points for... Let's go and raise our stability. We'll need all those points for coring. We're super stable, super prosperous under Solomon right now. Take Yorundur Kafaso. It's cheaper and better. We're gonna make him a 4. Actually go up to 5. Can I afford that? Fuck it. Oh, there's the Shagatai. Did the Shagatai go to war with them? The Jirai. No, they're just conquering all of Southeast Asia. God, they are terrifying, aren't they? We're gonna need a giant fort line here, and then we're gonna need to just use our navy to block off the strait here. That's the only way we can get into Shagatai. Yeah. All right, let's see if we can get terms out of them now. I'm gonna add Malaysia into the mix here. Oh, really? They're gonna actually make us lion, aren't they? All right. Hard way it is. How's it going, Izzy JP? Hope you are having a wonderful day. We're trading in sea turtles, giving us native assimilation. The colonial empire game is dead like 100 years ago, but that's cool. Liscandro just died? A strange fever has claimed the life of your beloved heir, Liscandro. As the court sheds its clothes for blacker garments, it strikes you what a frail and transient thing life can be. Just as your thoughts are about to turn to the eternal, a young maid catches your eye. Solomon, you dirty dog. At it again. His son just died. I mean, to be fair, Solomon wouldn't like his son very much. He's incompetent and an embezzler. So right during the funeral, our boy is about to go. Oh man. Oh man. We gotta do it for the roleplay. You know we do. In the arms of a maid, I find solace. God, he really is like Liscandro, isn't he? That's crazy. So, in the middle of the funeral, when the heir, an incompetent one to Sardinia, fell ill to fever and died, Solomon was not easy to find. And when he announced to the court several months later that, it would have been like 7 months later, a son had been born to him of a maid of humble birth, we have ourselves an heir. I haven't played this game in a while, that's fair. What are we going for the name? Castoro wouldn't be bad. Yeah, we did agree. Castoro it is. Young Castoro, a babe born to Emperor Solomon, outside his first wife and his second wife. A bastard. Proclaimed by Solomon to be his heir. That'll cause problems, won't it? Boy. You know what to you want to know what I did last time I played this game that was torturous? What did you do, Izzy? I didn't do the CK3 campaign this morning, Green. It's been a long week. I try not to skip streams when I announce them, but every once in a while I will. Just because if I'm fucked up enough, I don't think they're very interesting for y'all. All right, let's land. Conflicts and protests over taxes, landlord cruelty, expropriation, and serfdom and custom policies have become quite frequent. If we don't manage to solve the problems soon, the consequences for our nation's stability could be dire. Well, we got the money to solve most of our problems at this point, don't we? You did a Doomed Crusaders run. Did you play a Crusader Nation then? Yeah, you know Solomon's gonna die within a couple of years. You know he will. Can you quickly overview Europe and Americas? I'd love to see how the weird world currently is. Sure, very briefly. Revolutionary Bavaria dominates Europe and really almost the world at this point. They're incredibly powerful. They have Prussia's ideas in this game. Britannia has gotten very strong. France has been partially coalition ward, so they're very weak. Castilla has been a superpower for all of EU4, and they still more or less are. Scandinavia has gotten very powerful. The North Byzantium formed. They got destroyed by the Mongols in CK3. They reformed 200 years into EU4, became very powerful, went revolutionary as well, and were destroyed and went back to a monarchy. Badmins are strong. We have very little territory, just a bit of North Africa, the islands, and then a little bit of Italy. Our power is all in our navy and in our colonies. The Chagatai are massive. They invaded and conquered the Ming. The Borgians are the original Mongols. They're still left over. They are Orthodox. The Chagatai are Sunni. Japan is our ally, and we're helping them to reconquer the rest of the Isles while we take land in Indonesia. There are a bunch of Indonesian powers, but we've kind of been picking them off one by one. The Americas, Brazil has shown up. They're Byzantine, Orthodox. Egyptians have Argentina. Castilla has a lot of the rest of it. America got independence, have formed. They were a French colony, so it is a French monarchy in America. And then Canada formed as well. I think those are all the main points there. There's a lot more history, and there's a ton to it, but I am going to keep it brief. In a custom nation in the HRE, my religion was Nuadal. My government type was theocracy. So everyone invaded you all the time, basically, then, right? Our neighbors have established a large colonial presence in the New World. The exports from the distant land have been steadily increasing, and some of the exotic goods have become very popular, even among those who should know better than to be dazzled by curiosities. Recently, our neighbors have gone further, openly fulfilling this interest, encouraging people to buy American. We're competing with American traders, pushing more imports from the colonies, outcompeting our own goods, and depriving good Carso Sardinian people of work. We might get something out of the influx of foreign trade, but the safest option would be to erect barriers to reduce it. I've been role-playing Solomon as pro-free trade from this kind of era's movement, so we will allow it. Buying American. Restore the Conqueror. We'll see what he turns out to be. Yeah, monarchist US. Pretty funny. King Crusaders will have to deal with a doom as a nightmare, even if you're part of the H area. I can imagine. That would be horrifying. Yeah, mega campaigns after like the first couple hundred years, they get very unique, very crazy. Regimental towns. We did manage to land as well. Let's send the rest of our troops. So there's some backup here. Once we take northern, what the fuck is this called? Burma? Burma? No, Burma's up here. Starts with a B, doesn't it? What is this region called? My brain's barely functioning today, I forget. Let's be careful here. All right, we may lose an army here. That's not gonna end well. Then we're gonna retreat back onto the ships. Unless we roll insanely well, it is always possible. Nope. Retreat. There we go. That's our first major military fuck up in Asia so far in quite a while. Let's go ahead and send that army up to Taiwan then, or Formosa rather, while we're doing this. I figured. Because the Japanese are gonna land there. We should win this. Good. Yeah, it'll be tight, but we'll get this. Borneo. Thank you, Pilo. That is the one. I'm showing a dangerously low amount of geographical knowledge today for a someone playing EU4, but This is what I was worried about. Yep, we can't get Foremost anymore. I was worried about that. Very worried, and I was thinking that earlier. Let's clip off the land we can from them down here then. Pleasant surprise indeed. My Emperor, we are amused to discover that we have now had our independence guaranteed by the Fatmids. Well, we don't have to worry about European wars. Are they friendly? No, they're not even very friendly. Oh. Maybe this is a case of they don't want anyone else to take us because they want to take us kind of thing. Let's at least send a diplomat. Doesn't hurt. They are fucking, yeah, they are thick boys. What they are. Doing the deal out of the match repeat. No. I say their name different and wrong every single time. It's kind of wild. Oh. We're really gonna have to siege them all out. That's crazy. You gotta respect it. Stubborn bastards. Something fishy is going on, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't like this. It looks good on the face of things, but there's something going on here. And I don't like it. Not one bit. We're gonna have to land there. If we take the Philippines, though, we're gonna contend officially with the Japanese, and they are a very good ally for us to have. So pissed I didn't send troops to Formosa. That was a big fuck up. Go after their islands then. That we can do, most certainly. The Fatmid Caliphate was established in 909. They've existed for nearly 900 years. Yeah, they're like Muslim Rome at this point is what they are. Yeah, the Ottomans never formed in this timeline though. But in terms of like impact and time, they'd be very comparable. Hello. Oh my god. This is World War II? We're gonna island hop here. Pick up some of these islands in the peace deal with the Hosokawa. That's all we're really gonna be able to take. Could be worse. Oh, thank you for the raid, Poimu. I hope I'm saying that right. It's my best shot at it. Appreciate that. What are you playing, man? Thank you for the raid. I'm Hammurabae. I am a roleplay streamer primarily and do all the Paradox games. We are in a middle of a mega campaign going through CK3, EU4 Victoria 3, Hoi 4, and Stellaris, following the family of House Torres, of which we currently have the greatest monarch in our history in charge right now, Solomon the Great. I think we can call him that by this point. We've become an empire just now. This is a roleplay game, so decisions are made realistically, and with an attempt to focus more on story, meaning that we've lost a lot, and there was a period here where we got in very bad shape, which we've come back for, which is fantastic. Yeah, watch some of this, start this run in CK3, hope it's going well. Oh, really? Appreciate that, man. Cool. Can one of the mods give a shout out real quick? Might as well do that in a second if not. Yeah, back in the early days when Sardinia was going on and stuff. Did you see any of Liscandro in that kind of era? That was a really fun portion of the mega campaign. Yeah, so originally we're playing Sardinia. We started out right here in Lagudoro and CK3 as House Torres, which are one of the successor Judites of Sardinia of the Byzantine Empire, left over after the schism and when obviously Rome retreated to the east of the Mediterranean. Over time, we formed a kingdom there on the Sardinian Isles and expanded. In different periods, we had a colonial empire in South America, North America, but we lost in all the wars with Castalla, who are also of our dynasty. They were a crusader state that we actually founded in Iberia during CK3, and the son of one of our monarchs was put on the throne, whereby they have ruled there for quite some time. I take that back. Our dynasty died out there. I never noticed that. When did that happen? The Torres Guadiana family is no longer in control. So our dynasty that ruled there for 500 years is no longer in charge. It is now the Borcolin bearer. I did not notice that. Yeah, they were originally established by our family. We've been on and off enemies and allies with a number of European powers that have kind of risen and fallen. We have survived for quite a while. Currently in Europe, the main powers are Scandinavia in the north, Britannia, and revolutionary Bavaria, which had the revolution be successful. And they also have Prussian ideas, so they're very strong. The Byzantines were destroyed by the Mongols. They came back in EU4. They were reformed by one of the heirs of Genghis Khan, who ruled a Greek state in the War and Greek State period, to reform them. They got very powerful, but they also were overthrown by a revolution, which led to them getting partitioned here. Go to New World really quickly too. Thank you for giving the shout out, whichever of my mods did that. So go check him out real quick, folks. Appreciate that raid again. Brazil formed briefly from the Byzantines, but they are very much weak again. Egypt owns Argentina. Britain owns South Brazil and Peru, and Castilla owns everything else. Also, America has formed, and they are a French monarchy since the French colonized them. So, a little bit of a background. There's so much history in this mega campaign. I'll just try to hit the big points. And of course, Tuni Chagatai have invaded China. Big things. It's a Hungarian dynasty. And yeah, we are doing the Nimitz strategy right now, where we're island hopping and taking Hosokawa's islands. We're in a protracted war right now with one of the major Indonesian states and their allies, the Hosokawa, which are one of two states in Japan which have really been fighting for the whole period of EU4. We allied originally with the Yusugai, who after taking Kyoto formed Japan, and we are helping them get the last of their territory right now while taking islands and land in Indonesia for ourselves. We are very much a country controlled by the traders and by the Admiralty. We're very navally focused and trade focused, so that about covers it. Also, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that, man. Going very well. We became an Empire Orion today under Solomon. We did go up our ranking to Empire, and we are fighting a giant protracted war in Asia. So it is going fantastic. We're colonizing Asia alongside our allies in Japan. It has been, I would say, quite successful. Grab that island, make it easier in the peace deal. So like I said, I think we're going to take 4 or 5 islands in the Pacific from the Hosokawa, and with the rest of the war score, we're just going to give Japan all their territory we can give them. We're kind of betting on them remaining an ally, so let's hope it remains that way. Oh yes. But our land military has gotten a lot better. They've become much stronger. Why are you investing in land technology? Because we are about to take a ridiculous amount of territory in Asia, and we're going to have to court OES. So we need all those points. I like to be very careful with that. And we're ahead of time, so there's no reason just to grab it real quick. Grabbing those islands from Hosokawa. An Algerian official, Qasim Selmi's rise to high office has been easy and has angered many of those closest to Solomon IV. Yamadi Tudavila, a member of one of the oldest Sardinian families in our country, has approached our monarch demanding that we relieve Qasim Selmi of his position. Yeah, we don't really listen to the nobility anymore. They're not relevant, so we'll just ignore it. What's up, Scobie? How are you doing, man? Let's see if we can get that piece now. We have so much war score on them. Oh, we'll take, actually, oh, we're already taking it. Aru, maybe? Yeah. Not that we need the money, but fuck them. All right, this is a big peace deal. We're gonna take a lot here. We have managed to take both of the crossings in Indonesia, which is massive. Start coring everything. Oh, and we had a crash. The game did not like that peace deal. Oh boy, first crash today. I love that timing. I have it on monthly saves now after last session, so we'll be fine on that. Just have to redo the peace deal. Doing good? How's the slog through Oceania in Asia going? Reminiscent of the Pacific War, slow and brutal, but we're winning. Slowly. Oh, take a second. Man, playing EU4 especially gets me so focused on the game. I think that's probably the most micro-heavy Paradox game besides Hoi 4. If you're in a war in Hoi 4, I think that's probably when you have to focus the most. But besides that, I'd say it's EU4. There's just so much you have to do all the time. It's nice. Part of the reason I always love these strategy games is they're so encompassing. They take all of your mental focus, which is nice. I don't know about y'all, but I tend to be a very distracted person. And anything like this that gets me just very focused on it is fun. Use that brain power, you know? A crash is a frequent event within these streams. They happen sometimes, OES. It really depends typically on what game I'm playing, what mod I'm playing, or what mods. Mods tend to be the big thing that result in crashes. Not always, but most of the time. It has been very minor in the mega campaign so far, or multiplayer. Multiplayer, there's hundreds of, so many issues. But in the mega campaign, it was only really bad recently. We had a couple in CK3 that were very rare. EU4, early game, they were very rare too. The last couple sessions we've had, now that we're getting really late on, they've been more frequent. I'd say around 1 or 2 a stream. It's a lot more than normal. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they definitely are. Their games definitely attract folks like that. I mean, I've got very bad ADHD personally, and this game does make me hyper obsessed pretty hard. At least it's interesting and fun, and it's more creative, you know. I can hyperfixate on a lot of things that aren't healthy. At least are very unhealthy. This is not too bad. All right, let's see if we can get that peace deal again. I'll have to completely redo the peace deal. Be careful to get what I wanted this time. 2 trading ports. The Spice Islands. Eastern Islands. I'm gonna take one of these as well. I'm gonna foothold in Borneo. Thank you for who said that. Guess not, it's very expensive. Okay, we'll call it there. Please don't crash. I'm gonna run it on speed 1 for a second here. Good. Very good. I think we're fine. Hopefully the peace deal isn't bugged so that it crashes all the time. I don't think so. It looks like we're good here. Knock on wood. Announced this as a rival. I must say I'm not surprised by that, given we just ate all the important trading cities of their country. I'd be pretty pissed too. Who's in charge right now? Is it a king? Elites. Jotrapati. Elites. Rajas and Nagara. Alright, let's look at what kind of a peace deal we can get from the Hosokawa too. We can end this war now and just take a bunch of their islands, we're gonna call it. We'll get like none for these. Look at that. We're gonna take basically all their Asian islands, I think. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, the coalition we're going to get, though. What else have we got here? This will piss off Japan, though. Right now, they have a lot of power in Asia, or in the Pacific. Midway. Yeah, the islands we can take. I'm going to let them keep Ryukyu. We won't take Japanese homeland islands. We can find any other little ones before we start giving Japan their territory. No, let's not go back into South America. Let's not touch that hornet's nest again. Not after we've come so far. Oh, the rest of it we'll give to Japan. Looks good. Oh, this is big. This is going to dramatically shift the power balance of Asia for us and Japan. Japan will be very strong, and we're going to become a major Asian player at this point. Probably the biggest besides Japan. Because the Hosokawa, which used to be, are gone now. We're taking everything from them. And we are very much an Asian colonial power. Certainly, by far, the most powerful one from Europe. Speed one still. Let's go up. Our poor diplomat going back and forth between Asia. Rapprochement with Brazil. Torilos Aeonis, a Sardinian treasurer who is employed in the Brazilian court, has approached his old associate Yorunda Cafasso, our trader, with a plan to push for better relations between Brazil and Sardinia. Yorunda Cafasso has approached Emperor Solomon IV with a Brazilian message, which speaks of their desire for friendship with our people. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. 100%. We would definitely want allies in the Americas. Them in the Americas, I want us to try and ally here, if possible. If everything you need, want to paint a map cover of your EU4, EU4 Stellaris is your thing. Want a city builder, city skylines, what demand resources, and less war, Vicky 3. Yep. I mean, they have mode around all strategy games pretty much, besides like Total War style. Here we go. Big war. Wow. Look at Japan now. I bet they were gonna get pretty pissed off. Not really, actually. Wow. For everything too. So we basically have hegemony now in the Pacific. We own every single one of the islands besides a few down here in the south owned by the Japanese. And we just need to take that one last island in Hawaii, and we own the Pacific pretty much, which is huge. Huge strategically. That opens the door for us going back into either more Central Asia or the Americas, but I don't think that's high on our list. We just want the resources of Indonesia right now. That's our big priority. Cookie. I like Cookie. Hell yeah. Yesterday's Millennium Dawn game. Oh. I think it went really good. I was very happy to see that all the new players weren't immediately going fascist. There was a Millennium Dawn game yesterday, by the way. I did not stream it. I was just GCing it. I'm not gonna stream those again. We'll get to this in a second. God damn it. Actually, hold on. I gotta rant later, Cheese. This is too big. Dude, the fucking timing. Right as we pieced out the Hosokawa, securing Asia, becoming once more a great colonial power. Probably as soon as news reached Sassari and Sardinia of our victory there, Solomon IV, the greatest king and the first emperor of Sardinia, passed away. He really just waited till the end of the war to die. Like, there's no other way to put that. He was old, late 70s. I'm sure he had a lot of health issues, but he hung on until the last moment, until he knew the future was secure for his country. What a legend. What a great monarch for our family. Wow. He found a kingdom in decline, ready to be lost to history. and he left it an empire. What a legend. By far my favorite king of this playthrough so far. Certainly the most competent, certainly the most impactful. What a legend. Damn. We gotta take a moment of silence here for him. He deserves that. What a legend. Yeah. Well, obviously there'd be a state funeral in Sassari. No, this gets complicated though, because his heir Liscandro died to the plague several years ago. Our heir Castoro is only 2 years old. The Empress Consort is not his mother either. That is not his mother. His mother was a common maidservant, and she's an embezzler. We may be in for a bit of a rough period again. I think similar to last time, the Admiralty and the Armed Forces would very much be in power again. Not fully, but they'd kind of be running the show. The Empress would have some power and would just be stealing funds, but the lion's share of power right now would be very much vested in our military once more. Upgrade Bona and get that mission done for the burgers. That kid is very much in danger. He's gonna struggle. He may well have to worry about getting murdered. On that note, this is a good place to stop for a moment. I'm gonna go grab something to eat real quick, take a short break, and I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes. I'm gonna pace myself on some of these streams because I'm gonna go very late tonight. Alrighty, I am back. Let's keep it going. Hold on, why are we getting calls for peace if the war is over? Okay. End of the month. What's up, Kepavarp? Kepavarp? Hope I said that right. Alright, we need to take a moment to think about what our plans going forward would be. I think this would very much become a time of consolidation for us. Eyes of Georgia. They're not weak. But I would prefer us to get allies with America if we can do that, and perhaps the Brazilians. Take a look for a moment here. Is it even doable? It is. With diplomacy, we could ally the Americans, which we're going to go ahead and do. I've been willing to do that for like 50 years or so now. The very thick Shagatai soap. What's up, man? Good to see you. And then we could ally with the Brazilians too. Yeah, I'll go for this instead. So we'll say no to... We could go over our limit, actually. We absolutely can with our diplo power. We'll take the alliance of Georgia. It'd be good to have an ally in more the central region between us and the Shagatai. We're going to offer an alliance to the Brazilians. They have sent envoys to us. And a Sardinian official is actually in their government. And then I think we're going to look to follow... Probably boss. If I said that wrong, let me know. And then we're going to send a diplomat to... Where's their capital? Is it DC? I'm curious now. Hold on. No. Please tell me it's not in the south. There's a way to see it, isn't there? It's in Maine? Oh no. The capital of the United States is up in Maine. It's in Pentagoet? Eastern Maine? To tell you this, and this timeline, the capital of America will be very famous for its seafood. My gosh. That's hilarious. I did not notice that. Well, all right, we'll send a ambassador there. I'm going to struggle to say that name all game. Stephen King is happy? Oh, definitely. Buddy. Buddy, come on. The cost for allies that we have paid all EU4 is unbelievable. Now that being said, we to win this war, we could make Brazil stronger and we could make ourselves stronger. We just don't have any of our forces in Europe right now, though. They do. They also have 600,000 soldiers, and the Byzantines have 400,000, and our navies are not in the Mediterranean, nor our armies. In the Congo? And that's another 230,000. This is dangerous. We could lose North African land in this war. U.S. is a monarchy, Brazil's a democratic nation. It's literally the opposite of how it is in real life. Exactly, yeah. It's a grand republic. They're very much like that. I'd really like this. This could be a strong alliance going forward if we could build them up, but the cost here is enormously high. The Byzantines and Berlin are allied. All right, I'm gonna put up a poll. Everyone watching, you are again once more all advisors in the military high command of either the Navy or the land forces of Sardinia, and you will get to discuss this. Again, y'all are technically in charge because the king is 2 years old, so y'all get to make this decision. You're the high command. This is like in BioWare games when you get that pop-up decision in the middle of a story campaign. Gotta decide which one. Yes, they are very strong. Truckanero, 400,000 soldiers and a large fleet. Navally, we will win this war. Do not get me wrong. We have a large military. The issue that the High Command would almost certainly be talking about right now is the fact that we're not prepared for the war. All of our soldiers are over in Asia, where we will have plenty of rebels from all the territory we've taken. We need to consolidate and hold on to the empire, and we're about to potentially fight a war against over 1 million men. Yorubaland, because they ate the other big one. Takrur got eaten by them. They're gone now. Islands in the Aegean, we've already taken Crete. My gosh, today. My gosh, my brain. Taking more would be very good. Cyprus, Malta, taking back the Balearic Islands, all that would be nice, but we have to fight very strong nations to do that. And yes, this is a huge risk, just so y'all know. We could build up an ally, but for a country, again, that only has 14,000 soldiers and is of no strategic value at the moment, this is a very, very dangerous cost to pay. On the other hand, if we did win this war, we would establish ourselves as probably one of the pinnacle powers of the world. If we win. Is it actually a tie? Oh my gosh. Oh, that's close. There'd be a lot of yelling in the council chambers of the high command right now. A lot of admirals and generals just yelling at each other, screaming. Oh boy. We are in golden age, that's true. Oh man. Oh, it's so close. If it's a tie, I will flip a coin. Oh. Yeah, this could there's a lot of gain here potentially and a lot of risk. A lot of risk. Oh boy. All right. Spice it is. Oh boy. Boy. Gotta mentally prepare myself for what's about to happen. I'm gonna run a prediction, speaking of points. I always forget to do these. Also, for all the mods, you guys ever want to run predictions, feel free to. I just always forget to. I get too focused on the game. All right, I'll run a 2-minute prediction. If you have points you want to spend, I haven't done one of these in a while. I gotta mentally prepare myself and also think a little bit. Hope we don't regret this. Man, okay. Let me think for a minute here. They don't have any other allies in this war, I don't think, either. Wait, Byzantium's not in the war. Oh, hold up. That's a game changer. That's still gonna be rough. They have 600,000 soldiers, but we've shown in the past that we can beat them. The last one was very rough. Very rough. No one voted no? Wow. No, they didn't join. Okay, this is very winnable. It will be brutal, though. I'm very surprised by that as well. We also may have a coalition war in Asia. We need more allies, but we can't get them when we're in a war. Is that rebels? It was. 70,000 rebels in Sassari. Oh boy. Here we go. Another make or break moment. We've had a lot of those lately, haven't we? Can the Empire of Solomon maintain itself, or will it fall? Ooh. Geez, the High Commander's got us in a war of the Yorubaland. fuck did they get over there? Because they have a transport ship, I bet. Yep. Let's. We got a little bit of naval management I gotta do here for a moment. Quadruple double. Appreciate it. High praise. Go. We'll bring as much as we can. The rest we'll keep in Asia. We've lost a lot of admirals too. The golden generation is gone. Stay there. Let's get them met up and put them down in the south. I want to get the whole fleet on escort too. If we lose transport fleet on the way back, we're going to be fucked. So let's do this carefully. We'll drop them in Sassari. We'll deal with the rebels and we'll go into North Africa. We have another 60,000 in Cosenza too. We have a full-blown another revolution here. We only have a small skeleton crew left in Asia to manage all these lands we took. Been 1,000. Yeah, you get a lot of food. You actually do lose it. This is not our first revolution, nor I suspect will it be our last. We have the money to get mercenaries if we need them to. Oh boy, Yorubaland just sent their fleet in. We should have a fleet on standby just for this. Yes, we do. There we go. I think we should win this. Yep. Good. I'm so glad we built up that second backup navy there. That's a lifesaver. All right, our troops have safely landed back in Europe. I'm going to send the fleet to go ahead and hunt down anything they have in the West African Sea. Coalition. Let's immediately go after those rebels. So we got Cardi in charge. We should win this. Then we'll go after the ones in Cosenza. Dispatch them easily once more on the gates of Sardinia. Or Sassari, I should say. Right? Corsica's never done that before. Okay, that is the bad one that I was worried about. Let's send an ambassador to the Shagatai's court and try and get them to not want to murder us quite as much here. Really watch our ass in terms of diplomacy right now. A lot of these folks we can deal with. These two, we cannot. Yeah. That's a 1,000,000-man army that just got in a coalition against us. We send them like a tribute payment. I bet it wouldn't even register though, how much money they have. We still do have a fleet over here, right? Yep. This fleet can stop anything they can throw at us. Worst case scenario, they'll siege out all of this and then we hold Siak. Like, you gotta remember, navally, we can actually contend and destroy the Shagatai, but on land, we don't have a chance against them. Deal with those Cosenza rebels. We're out of sailors again, too. Oh, that's getting bad. Look at buildings. haven't done that in a while. We actually have more land now. Rebellions are just cowardly men making bold decisions. I don't know about cowards. A lot of balls to take on another power, even your own country. We'll deal with the rebels too. I already have access. Okay. We'll be a good neighbor. We'll be State Farm. Ooh, they have a big fleet they just contended us with. Where is our main fleet at? Go. We'll send D'Aquilia. Hopefully we can intercept. We're losing a lot of trading ships there. Oh, let's chase them down the coastline. Yep, we'll hit them there. Off the Cape of Ifni. Good stuff. Keep them blockaded into their country. All right, most of the rebels have been dealt with. Do we have any left before we can start to really focus on the war? We do not. Good. I wish you could trade excess manpower for sailors. I agree. I don't love that part of the system at all. Good. Russia and Atlantic South America. I'm gonna actually drop our forces in Brazil. We're gonna fight them there. America. We not reach there. And we need fleet-based rights in Brazil. Am I completely tripping, or is it Queen not actually patrol down there? Not be selected for missions. Okay. Oh, that is unfortunate. That's what we'll do. I'm gonna migrate myself. Vico, a 664, fantastic. Well, all right, we're gonna be patrolling everything. I'll micro the fleet in Brazil, and we are gonna bring one of our very large armies. We'll bring that the Italian fleet, the Italian army that we currently have, the army of Sassari. We're gonna drop them in Rio, and we are going to fight the Tecrurians there. Not Tecrurians, Yorubaland. Apparently it's in the lap of Europe, like most non-multiplayer mega campaigns. When you get a Korea player, though, they pretty much own the world in my experience. Korea is very strong in EU4. Well, videos for the MP Grand Campaign be coming out not very soon. I'll be putting them on the VOD channel. I have a lot of other videos I'm prioritizing first. I will get one out at one point, the series for the the multiplayer one. But I'm going to be doing it very differently than the current mega campaign videos. So I'm going to take my time with it. They may be released actually over a very long period. I want to go very deep on editing on these. Put all my recent editing skills I've been learning into it. It's a tough balance to decide whether or not to really focus on quality versus quantity with editing, because YouTube tends to really reward quantity, sadly. It's tough sometimes to justify doing like really deep editing on videos, but for the grand campaign videos, for me, they're more like a passion project than anything else. So it's all passion project, but especially with that. So I want to do it really, really high quality. Let's play some more music. Here we go. We'll run with some classical for a minute here. All right, we're going to drop the other army down here. This is risky, but we got to defend Brazil. That's why we're in this war. We're trying to build an ally. Our merchants report that they are facing stiffening resistance to try to peddle their wares. They're talking like it's the end of the world and fear they will never earn a copper again. Not like a bunch of drama queens, but we will intervene to help them. Bulls in Asia. Ooh. Good. Gonna knock out their fleet. It went into the Mediterranean. The fools! They should know we own the Mediterranean. We've owned it for a long time. Although citizens are encouraged to show trust and good faith in their exchanges, the reality is that many nations is that it risks people cannot afford to take. This, however, is not the case for Sardinia. We have successfully stamped out corruption on so many levels in society. People not only trust officials to do their jobs without the extra help of a bribe, but they also trust each other more in general exchanges. The general belief in the honesty of others is the very thread on which the fabric of society is woven, and our country is a shining example of that. State reduction in terms of cost. So what the house Torres is doing very well. Do you think that this is the last session of EU4, or will you end it till a stream later along the line? I'm going to play today until I'm exhausted and I am just not playing the game in an interesting manner. If we get to the end, we'll end there for the day. If we don't, I will not rush it. So I will not just like do nothing and rush the last few years. We're going to play properly until the end. I still have a lot of energy. I may actually stream very, very late tonight. We'll see. Since I didn't stream earlier, but it is tough to say right now. Like I said, it's a long week. I don't know if when I'm just going to get hit again by fatigue, so we'll see. I did eat properly, like full calories today, so we'll see. All right, we're gonna knock out that army in the north. Let's do a forced march here. All right, this is a very important campaign right now. A naval reformer. The overall performance of our navy has indeed improved since we decided to favor it a bit more at the expense of the army. An officer of great skill has emerged from their ranks. Fantastic, but it's already so good we really don't need him, do we? All right, let's march. There's an important battle that's about to happen here in Grzegorz. Very big battle, actually. We're gonna hit their army here. Come on. Ooh, boy, come on. Get in there, get in there. This will be tight. We got it. We got it. We've cornered their army in the north. sessions ago when we struggled for everything. We actually have options now. We have to be fucking careful, but we have options. Our fleet's taken a lot of damage though recently. Turn that music up. Just hitting different. We'll keep them as a backup. Coalition's getting bigger too. I'm gonna take the Navy morale. I'm gonna take rifle when we get it too. We have a huge advantage. Oh, we're gonna fuck up in this war. That's huge. We get a discipline advisor. If we do, this is over. We can. Oh my god. A Shinto discipline advisor from the east has offered his services to our government. Masaharu Sagara. We are absolutely gonna hire him. Boy, getting that eastern influence from probably the Japanese army, I'd say. God, it do hit different when you're weak and you can actually fight big powers again. That shit hits different. All right, we'll wait for the second army to land in North Africa. We're going to... Oh, we might actually want to go for... North Africa first. We're gonna knock out that Byzantine army. We'll knock out of the... Ooh, they're going south. Okay. Interesting. I'm gonna go after Sicily. They can't leave. They're stuck there now. It might almost be worth just leaving those troops there, blockading it, taking Cosenza, and not letting them leave so we can focus on their armies in Byzantium. Because we're all in on this war. We're not walking away of just a little peace deal here. We're gonna take our pound of flesh. There we go. That's a trade fleet. I need one of these on interception. My favorite YouTube comment on the mega campaign states, it's crazy how CK3 destroys empires while EU4 makes them bigger. True. I mean, partitions will do that in CK3. When you sleep, do you dream about this mega campaign after playing it for so long? No, I don't actually. I've dreamed only a couple times about Paradox games actually in recent years. Very rare. I'll go to sleep now. If you're streaming for 8 hours, I might catch the tail end of the stream when you wake up, because that's when I tend to wake up. For sure. Have a good night, Trucka Nero. I will see you around, man. Yes, there is a rebellion too. Thank you, Dante. We gotta win this war in North Africa first, though. This is gonna be all about that maneuver. Let's get everyone on forced march here. Quick, decisive maneuvers will win this. We also need more cannon. We have a lot, actually. Rifle. Here we fucking go. Big advantage. Optimally, we want to engage them on the coastline. I really love the Roman models that Byzantine gets. They're so nice. I'm going to take a moment. We don't need to rush this. This is something I always forget to do when playing Paradox games, is to just take a moment and to, like, replan. I had a dream this week about my ally betrayed me in the Vic campaign. Oh man. Of the US? Yeah. That is big. Oh, they're this way, not this way. I'm a dumbass. If any of these are worthwhile. We need the sailors. We'll take recruitment act. There's a massive recruitment campaign going on for sailors. We might almost be doing like Britain levels of forced conscription, you know? Just take down Castellan ships and steal their sailors. We need that. We will get rid of the Nautical Education Act. And we are going to replace it with the Preparation Act. Reducing war exhaustion and attrition. Because we're going to have a lot of that in Africa in a moment here. A European power attacking tribal African nations with rifles and infinitely superior technology sounds familiar. You know, you say that, OES. But Yorubaland is not that far behind us. Actually, do they have our current tech? No, they don't. They're one behind. Yorubaland is a modern African state. They are very strong. What is their religion? Yeah, they're not even Muslim, actually. Super cool. But they're strong. Do not underestimate those guys. All right, before we move forward, I see a big opportunity and I'm going to take it. There's no general on that army and they don't have any backup. Let's knock them out of the war. While they do that, I'm going to send our other army, hit the Byzantines. Mexico? What? Did Mexico get independence? No, they didn't. Okay. What about Mexico? Oh, you mean, or do you mean go after Mexico? Well, that's unwise. They're very powerful. We actually don't need to bring those secondary armies. Take the little victories. We're going to play the attrition game here. Our army learned a long time ago not to rush these wars in North Africa. We play the attrition game over time. We're going to do that once more. We learned very much how to deal with overwhelming odds. You know what, though? And I know this may be cocky and overconfident. I think in a war we could contend them right now. I'm not gonna lie. We're pretty fucking strong. If we have manpower. mouth. God damn it. Wild goose chase here. One moment. You little fucking shit. As I said, fucking whack-a-mole. Come here. Okay, we caught up to him. That was a very fast general. He was outmaneuvering us there for a minute. Beautiful. Knocked out that army in Italy. What's it called? That dream to be able to move how you want to. I was thinking about victory and me being Mexico. Oh, I see. Okay, gotcha. When you can't move at all, I don't know if there's a name for it. It's a very common theme for a lot of people. They dream. A lot of my nightmares when I was a kid was related to that. Some very strange nightmares as a kid. Don't get them anymore though. This is a good playlist. I'm gonna go ahead and save this room. Hope you all like classical. I really do. I don't play it too often on stream. I should play it more. Bug again. Hatred towards the violin. Really? The violin is one of the most beautiful instruments, man. How come? Piano's lovely. Actually, I wouldn't say good, really good, but I could play piano solidly when I was younger. I just lost the skill because I didn't keep it up. Didn't have a piano. The first song I learned on the piano like really well that got me into it was the Halo 3 song. You know, like the Halo, I think Halo 2 or Halo 3, like that really iconic Halo song. I learned that on piano and it got me really into it for a while. There they are. Do I ever lucid dream? I did a lot when I was younger. I trained to do it actually. Because I had a person at the time who was kind of doing it. I learned as well. Not naturally. I have to really like do all the little things you need to actually do it. But I have before. It's a lot of fun. Nope. I'm gonna go ahead and play this carefully. I want this one here. You need to be in port is what you need. There we go. Nice. We caught the rest of the Byzantine fleet in the Mediterranean and we are going to sink it. Perfect. Put you back on hunting down fleets. Put you on to intercepting fleets. And we will put you back in the ports. Generally don't like the sound of a string being dragged over another string. Ah, that's fair. For at least it's fun too. Not a big instrument playing person. Yeah, I mean things like flutes and harmonicas and stuff are fun too. All right, we can knock out this army, I think. My mother was actually a very good harmonica player. Naval tradition from Nan Minol? Absolutely, we'll upgrade that. I do like great projects, but I feel like a lot of their bonuses are way too strong, honestly. The universal ones. We knocked out one army there. Let's maneuver through Byzantine and if we can hit those western armies, if we get this right. Best clarinet player. Nice, Green. I think if you have the time, especially when you're younger, definitely go out of your way to learn an instrument. It's worthwhile. It's very enjoyable. One of the many joys of life. We're gonna give young Castoro, again, he'd be upraised yet again by the military. We'll give him a military modern army education, I think is what we'll do. I'm gonna knock out the one in Yorubaland. Economic development. Oh boy, moving too quick here. By employing recent technological innovations in the field of machinery, local entrepreneurs have begun to greatly improve their output in Cagliari. As a result, many now travel in the province from the surrounding countryside, eager to seek new work in the growing city of Cagliari. Yeah, we're really industrializing early. Take this. I'm gonna reinforce. This will be an important battle. Oh man, we hit hard though. Look at that. Wipe the army. We're looking very good again. We gotta engage in the right terrain though. Be very careful here. To the Mediterranean incoming. That'd be Bavaria. We'd be more, I'd say, like the British in this time period, in that we have very, very well-trained, good army. But it's much less exceptional in terms of like modern land combat than like Bavaria. Much more navally focused. I'd compare us to like the height of the British Empire's maybe military on a much smaller scale in this period, or maybe the Dutch, because they had their heyday in terms of military competence as well back in the day. Long ago. I'm going to also destroy some of these fleets. We really need more sailors. Get rid of those bugged fleets too. There we go. That freed up some manpower. Who'll be the Napoleon of this campaign, you think? I'm hoping we get an event where France gets Napoleon and goes on a rampage, but we'll see. We're doing marching band stuff for 5 days of a week for 3 weeks later this summer, so I'll mention MD sessions. For sure, Green. The Shostakovich piece always gets me depressed for some reason. Maybe that's the intent. Probably. A lot of classical is supposed to invoke very intense emotions, and I think they did tend to err more on the negative side. Depending on the composer, of course. With Castoro following a Shula education pathway, one of the ruler's old tutors has offered to assist Castoro. Absolutely. Certainly have the money for it. Speaking of money, can we do any upgrades? These I got myself. Really? Oh, big mistake. Go in. We're gonna take this battle. This is a big one. Oh, Byzantium. You fool! You absolute fool! I'm gonna do another big fun thing here. Ready for this? Let's go. All in. Oh, yeah. We got it. Massive. We're going to chase them down into hinterlands. Slaughter every last man we can find. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Massive. We killed a lot. That's a couple 100,000 men we just killed there. Oh my gosh. Oh, there goes my adrenaline. Whew. Big. That was so big. And we sank the Byzantine flagship all in the course of a week. Oh man, the tide is really turning now. All right, let's retreat back into North Africa, hold what we have, and focus on Byzantium. Or the Moluccas as well. Get them into trade companies. Let's turn all these islands into trade companies too while we're here. We got a moment in the war looking a lot better. Cool, can we not? In territories. Ah, because we cored it, I see. Well, let's like all this into a trade company. Whatever new regions we took here. We already done it? We have, actually. Okay, there's something wrong with that province of Piak. We just got to crash on it again. That happened before. I clicked on that province and we crashed. There's something weird with it. That's worrying. So we can't click on that province anymore. Second crash of the game. What's up, Curse? How you doing? Boy. True. I should probably get rid of that emoji. And that's from when I used to play comp games all the time and when we ran those competitive tournaments way back in the day. They make some more emojis too. I've made a few recently, but keep it. Your best one. The gun one's pretty fun, I think. It is nostalgic, that's true. That province is where the Corsican Rebellion is hiding. That could well be. EU4 always takes me so long to get to menu. I do miss comp games. I don't miss the people in comp games, though. I cost to play those sorts of things. Solomon the Great emoji? Maybe. I try not to make specific characters into emojis. I'll be making each house that we play in grand campaigns into emojis, so I'll be adding one for House Arista at some point. I'm going to work on that. And I'll add one for the next one we do in single player games. How many years left of EU4? I think we're at around 30 left. Curse. Very close to the end. We're having a really big comeback right before Victoria 3 too. I remember the nobodies. What was that one team that always would win? JID with fucking coming on those guys. JID, I think it was. Oh, those were fun to run, but I mean, I just had to abandon them eventually. Growling players was not worth the time. Asarista will be interesting in Vic 3. Coffee will be their #1 export. Could be. Depends on what happens with them. Yeah, Grand Campaign in the morning. It's the multiplayer one that we just started last week. There were a lot of technical issues, so I'm hoping it's better this week, but I think we got to figure it out. There appears to be a bug in multiplayer right now with putting your men-at-arms, stationing them in multiplayer. That Paradox, of course, is doing nothing about. All right, this one, oh good. The autosave is after we destroyed their army here, so we're chilling. No more clicking on that province though. Gotta remember that. Almost had to sub for a team and they had this one guy who was insane. Yeah, there were some interesting folks in those games. Oh man, that was a long time ago, wasn't it? House Barista, I understand it. I'm choosing not to acknowledge your pun there, Green. Rizzling Castor has lacked an interest in his education. Too bad. The generals and the admirals are the one raising him, so there will not be much patience for that sort of behavior. Are we losing inflation? I think we have an idea for that, right? Yep. We almost have all the abilities, don't we? Jesus. Force March, no power. We'll go for that. We've been using it so often. It didn't do anything for me. Rant about how much fun this campaign is, or for 2-4, not every rant to be hate-filled. Rant about this campaign. Man, where do you even start? It's been a fucking roller coaster. I love Paradox games nowadays, mostly for just the storytelling elements of it. I mean, the core gameplay mechanics are still amazing and fun and stuff like that, but this game is actually, I'm gonna be honest, been so fun, it's made me struggle to enjoy multiplayer a little bit. I've been burned out on multiplayer recently for a lot of reasons, but a part of it is honestly this campaign. It's been so fun. Like, I don't know, dude. Even from day one, like with our first leader in CK3, just how interesting the characters were. The depth that's now in these games, including in CK3, that allows just for so much craziness to be weaved into things and stuff like that. Because the story is fundamentally about the family, right? And that's what grand campaigns, I think, are the most fun for. If it ever dies out, it'll be about our country. But it is still fundamentally about the Torres family. And just seeing them develop, seeing them start off with such a good, strong, capable leader, and then just immediately falling to madness and vice. I mean, it's so fun. I really do enjoy playing morally complicated characters, especially the borderline evil ones like Liscandro, because they're just so much more interesting to play, right? Because for me now, like, especially in CK3, how interesting and fun a playthrough is based on the nuance of a character. I don't like playing a pure evil character. I don't like playing a pure good character. I like the really complicated ones, just like any story, right? Think about any TV show, any book you've read. The characters that will stand with you the most are the ones who are most hypocritical and complicated. The really perfectly good and the perfectly evil ones, they may be iconic as like dramatic concepts, but in terms of pure characters, it's the complicated ones. And we had nothing but that in this campaign, especially in CK3. I mean, from Solomon starting off as a philosopher king and going mad after killing that fucking child in Spain, to Liscandro starting off, you know, with that horrible upbringing in Granada and his father killing his mother and becoming like that tyrant, but also doing a lot of good stuff. I mean, that and then going into EU4 and just having our teeth kicked in, right? Which is what EU4 has been. It's been just brutally difficult. So having struggle makes any story better. Struggle makes life better too, as long as it doesn't fuck you up too bad. And to go from such complex characters building the lore to now just this brutal back and forth, and then to go to the edge of defeat back to where we are now. It's been an incredible journey. So there's my rant. I've had so much fun, and I hope you all have too. And we still got a long ways to go. My only regret is I didn't start streaming these grand campaigns more often earlier. All right, let's take that siege in Cosenza. And then we are going to go into Byzantium. Oh no. Hold the fuck up. Folks, we got big news right now. Scandinavia is at war with the Chagatai and they're winning. And Byzantium's also fighting them. Who's fighting the Chagatai? Oh my god, the whole world is at war right now. This is crazy. Anyone else fighting the Chagatai? It's just Scandinavia? No way. They're really that strong. Oh my god, they are really that strong. They are actually they're fighting Chagatai with Byzantium. That's crazy. Huge opportunity for us to go after Byzantium, but my gosh. The shift in public perception of the Chagatai that would be happening right now, to have a relatively unrelevant in many ways historically power in Northern Europe, just decking on the world's pinnacle land power, which is what's happening right now. Did they get rifles? No, not even that yet. Wow. This won't destroy the Chagatai, but it could make a lot of cracks, and it could make Scandinavia an actual great power. Yeah, they get a lot of buffs from Paradox. But this is also a time period Sweden was very strong in, historically, especially their military. No. So request songs have to be relevant. Okay. We're going to start landing in Byzantium then. Just Anne and Akia. Whenever I find out about a war something too late, I always reason it was the messenger got killed. Yeah, I mean, this is a time when, for example, any information getting from our colonies in Indonesia to Europe would probably take anywhere between 3 to 6 months, probably closer to 5 or 6 in this time period. Well, the Suez, so it's less now, like probably 2 or 3. That's assuming their boat doesn't crash, which was also very common in this time period. The wind patterns of the world hadn't been properly mapped yet, so monsoons and things like that, and you know, a ship that has like a poor cartographer makes a mistake, you could go real bad. So your empire is surrounded by water. You know what else is surrounded by water? Ducks. You're not wrong, unless they're on land. Oh no. Yoruba's fleet just in. Oh no. We have emergency situation here. Our transport fleet was just intercepted by Yorubaland. That is a brutal play here. Retreat to port. Yes, we can. Okay. Good play by Yorubaland, but we're gonna hit their fleet here, and I think that's gonna be about that. Here we go. Not enough. Not enough. You're gonna have to link it to me. I will not do it for you. Just send me a link and I'll play it. Okay, let's try this again. We're gonna go ahead and also blockade the Bosphorus, I think is what we'll do here. Yeah. Knock out that Byzantine fleet. They did get more troops up in the north of Africa once more. Is the war in the north between Scandinavia and Chagatai imperialism? That's a very good question. It is a war of imperialism. Did Scandinavia declare the war? No. Chagatai invaded Scandinavia and now they're losing. That's embarrassing. We gotta be careful here. They're sending troops back to North Africa. How are we looking on manpower? They have a lot left. We gotta go for sieges here. We gotta go Napoleonic style. Fire on the forts. The Chagatai are sieging out Constantinople. Look at their icons. It's the Inuit ones. Yeah, the gates of Constantinople are being fired on by a Chagatai army. Oh boy. This is... I'm gonna go all in on... we're gonna go all in on Byzantium right now. This is a big moment. Very big moments. Reminder, I'm not looking for us to actually conquer all of Byzantium. I want us to reestablish the Hellas, the kingdom of Hellas in Greece, with our royal family there, like it was in the past. Our family has never forgotten about the fall of Hellas. So I'm gonna take land in Greece, but we're not gonna actually like keep it. We're gonna turn it into a different state, a Greek state underneath our dynasty, like it was hundreds of years ago. Like the song? Sure. You are a cheeky bastard, aren't you? Urubalans. I gotta give credit where credit is due. Urubalan's fleet is really maneuvering well. They're really harassing our supply lines here. Won't be enough, but well played. We're gonna let North Africa probably fall, or at least lose a lot of land. We're gonna go all in on Byzantium at the moment. Revolutionary Bremen's in the war as well. The revolutionaries are so scarily strong. The Thuringia is at war. What is that? Beethoven or Rachmaninoff? They're both very good. Rachmaninoff must have had 18 long inch fingers for his pieces. Dude, the dexterity of good pianists is insane. Violinists. Mine are probably Bach and Tchaikovsky. Bach's my favorite by long, miles and miles. Take all the Aegean and Black Sea Islands, though. Yes. So Cyprus will be keeping, and we'll keep Rhodes. The rest we'll give to the Greek state that we might be able to build here. Very reminiscent of like the Greek War of Independence when the Ottomans lost it. Kind of what's going on a little early here. Actually, it's around really at the same time period, isn't it? Very similar. Down a wee bit. Rachmaninoff to be very loud. Oh yeah. Byzantines all in on North Africa. That's a huge fuck up. Let's start firing on forts here. Piece is probably prelude in C major. So simple to play, but so incredibly hard to get musically right. Let's go to Rhodes next. Who controls Epirus? It is currently Castalla? Castalla. Oh, wow. Castalla's been encroaching on Byzantium too. We are going to absolutely have to fight them in the future. Like, we're on good terms now, but given we have cultural hegemony on Italy and our people are looking more that way, as with our government and our armies, as well as the fact that they're encroaching into Greece, also historically owned by one of our family dynasties, we are going to have to go towards a war with them again. There's no way around that now. Probably going to do that in Victoria 3. The second time Mongol armies have reached Constantinople in like 600 years. Yeah, when it was first taken down when the Mongols invaded, they've come back. That's gotta hurt. They took the siege too. Constantinople's fallen. Byzantium pieced out of the war. Brazil, you fucks. Oh, we don't get to make the peace deal terms, do we? Oh, fuck off. You need to piece the fuck out of this war, dude. After that shit, I'm not gonna fight this war for you. I'm not doing this. You gotta piece the fuck out of that war if you're gonna fuck us like that. That is fucking annoying. Oh, man. That would have been so big. They went into the war. They gave us like our land away. No, they didn't. Okay. Trying to see what we lost in that war, or if anyone lost anything. I can't tell. Well, the war's over. We saved Brazil. We've secured ourselves an ally. They kind of fucked us in that peace deal, I'm gonna be honest. But we did save Brazil, and they will remain an independent Grand Republic. I do feel like we got bent over the barrel a little bit there, I'm gonna be honest, but so be it. We absolutely won, though. We destroyed them. We're losing a huge opportunity to fight Byzantium, and we have a. They're allied with Scandinavia too. That will make them relevant once more. Interests, you're right. Oh fuck, I didn't do that, did I? Thank you for reminding me, Spaghetti. I just completely forgot that's a feature now in the game. Go all the Greek states. Oh. Yeah, points back? Yes. Oh, someone already decided it, right? Yes, winner. Thank you for whichever mod did that. We absolutely won that war. All right, we're at an interesting point again to think about what we're doing. I think the military at this point would be a little overconfident. We have just like wiped on powers that we had no business winning for quite some time. I get the vibe, I think in the roleplay, they'd be very cocky, right? I think that'd be a pretty safe bet here. So we might be willing to fight some wars that might be a little above our pay grade. Perhaps not, but if something presents itself, we'll probably take it, even if it's dangerous. I'm gonna go ahead and rival the Majapahit as well. Our big rival in Asia. We'll build up trade company buildings in a moment. Go ahead and start training our army. Get all our troops back to Sardinia and North Africa. Then we have to figure out what we're doing. Cooldown timer is so it doesn't get spammed. I think it's 10 minutes. We have rebels. Let's go start dealing with those too. I know there are some in Asia. We got more in the Azores. Who would spam song requests? It happened repeatedly in the past. More than anything else, it's just annoying that, you know, it keeps just filling up chat. It was done a lot in the past. I put cooldowns in all my commands now do that. All right, we got a lot of rebels in Asia. That's the most important, I'd say. So we'll send them to deal with that, and we'll leave them there as a garrison force. We're not gonna walk to fucking Asia. No, not quite. Japan is very strong. They're our strongest ally too by far. Namely, we are the superior on land, we are not. We can also bring back those troops over here that have just been sitting there in occupied Pahang for a while now. Am I making new ones or am I just spamming them? I haven't done this stuff in so long. Okay. So it does not like us clicking on Asian provinces right now, does it? Maybe it's the buildings for the trade companies or something. We got another crash here. I didn't press that state either. I pressed a different one this time. That's very weird. I think if we just don't touch provinces in Malaysia or in Siak, we'll be maybe all right. Oh boy. Maybe it's a sign. The end of the world? Could be. I think it's mod related. I think it's the trade expanded buildings because they've been bugging out since like the 4th or 5th session in EU4. And I have a feeling this is related to that somehow, unfortunately. Playlist is done too. What to play next? Oh, let's get about the classical music vibe. I haven't done that in a while. They should be on half monthly already, Curse. Let me check to make sure I have him on that though. Or maybe I had him monthly. Good. In campaign where game crashes and media crashing to Earth. Oh, fuck that. That is a pain in the ass, isn't it? Looks like the war is over. You gotta go down to monthly. We'll keep it there. All right, at least the war is over. And we are sending those troops to Asia, I think. Starting a Spore. Spore was the original Grand Campaign, you know, technically. They did it before anyone else did. I'm not touching trade buildings anymore. Let's just not keep doing that. Any other general buildings we can do. Otherwise, we can just, I guess, start dumping countries, money to countries for wars. Really not much left for us to do here. Really? Oh. Sure. You know what? And we just fought for them, right? We want Brazil to do well. I'm just gonna dump a bunch of money on them. start affecting the game through our money. Nothing else to do with it. We're gonna give them a small loan of 3,000 ducats, or rather gift. We need allies, and we already just all went on a big war on them. Least we can do is invest into them to make them strong. And let's do the same with the Americans. We want to make them strong too. We'll give them a gift of 4,000 ducats. Strong allies are the best to have, and they are in short supply. We can't make them, or find them, we'll make them. There we go. That's what I'm trying to say. Iran has land in Crimea. Whoa. What a gifted subtall. Appreciate that, man. Just appreciate it. Oh, by the way, I did set a new sub goal instead of the casual Hoi game. The sub goal that I made is that I'm going to do the next CK3 campaign we run. We're at the start. I'm going to use the character designer, and then y'all will get to decide what traits they have, and then I'll roleplay whatever character that is. Hopefully not a meme lord, but I'll even do that as necessary. Be more interesting, I think. Ooh. Culmination in the East Indies. What the heck is this? We own provinces in the East Indies, but those are too far away from our capital society to be administered efficiently. We therefore should create a dominion under our control there that is administered by a general governor. A dominion transfers 50% of its trade power to us, gives us bonuses on our naval force limit, and receives modifiers which affect trade. We're making the Dutch East Indies, essentially, right? Institution growth and religious unity in a positive way, as well as on tax, manpower, missionary strength, and sailors. Oh, let's fucking do it. That's what we were trying to do in the first place. So this doesn't bug the game out. Pray for the best here. Yeah, figured that would happen. Okay. Immediately crashes. Yeah, that's a shame. I'll do it the edit in Vic 3 for that. Are you planning to have the American Wars of Independence in Vic 3 or between the period? As in, like, supporting, like, doing kind of like what this, like, the Spanish Wars of Independence? America's already independent, Curse, if that's what you mean. Always appreciate it, Tall. I think might have to rest my tired self, so I would like to say goodnight to everyone. Have a good night, OES. We'll see how long I last here, too. It's 9. No, I can't. It's struggling here. I'm going to try it one more time on 0 speed. I want to see if we can get it, because I think it's interesting. It is possible. I see what you mean. Probably Vic 3. I think is when we're going to try and help all those nations get independence from Castella. We will definitely do the Spanish Wars of Independence if Britannia doesn't. We kind of need we need a European Napoleonic War for that to happen, though. I'm still hoping we get that event for Napoleon to pop up. Oh, I do hope we get to release it, though. It'd be super interesting. There's a chance that mod or the provinces are so bugged we can't, though, unfortunately. How it goes. New Bolivar. We wouldn't be. It'd be someone in the Americas. We just support them. I mean, that's what we're kind of doing with Brazil, right? We're laying the groundwork for the Spanish Wars of Independence. That's what making Brazil strong is doing right now. It's going to be through them that happens. They're a democratic grand republic. We're not opposed to like reform and liberalism and democracy. We're not gonna. The monarchs will not be giving up power anytime soon. All right, let's try this one more time, and I'll stop trying to break the game. Promise. What's up, Dolphin? How are you doing? Okay. Keep it pause. Keep it on speed 1. I'm I'm going to increase the task manager's focus on the game. Hopefully I don't blow up my GPU. Everything I can here. All right. Maybe. Nope, not gonna work. Okay, I'll leave that alone until victory then. The game did not like that. Excuse me. The event for Napoleon won't really do anything since France is not revolutionary and is very weak. I'm curious to see if it would pop up in Bavaria, though. That'd be the interesting part. Napoleon leading France would not make them like a great conquer AI. That's true. I mean, I don't know how the event works in EU4, but if it's just based on which country is the big revolutionary one, we might get one on Bavaria. Perhaps. Probably not. Okay. I hope I can release in Vic 3. I'll do a bunch of edits and figure something out. Worst case scenario, there's a few things I can do. A really funny way to make a horror web series, and it's to write out these story beats on note cards and shuffle them into a deck, and then do the story in that order. I mean, the more chaotic a horror movie, the more popular it tends to be. So that checks out. You can only go in France. So there's no mechanic for like someone like with a different name with a similar sort of story to pop up in another country. Shame. What's up, Bucky? Appreciate it, man. Thank you. 2 years ago, I started streaming around 2 years ago. 2 years and like 2 months, I think. Been a while. Back when I was a Stellaris streamer originally, then a Hoi 4 streamer. Rant about threads? Threads? What kind of threads? It has been 2 years, Dolphin. Been a long time. Yeah, you were the first person who actually really watched me, Dolphin. Before anyone else. Back when I was just ranting alone. No one. Long ago. Dolphin, you watched the first mega campaign I did, right? The one that I lost the VODs on, the Poland one. Were you there for that? East America, Hoi 4. Oh boy. I made a Twitter killer called Threads. I have no idea what that is, and I don't really want to look it up, so I will not be ranting on that. You could pick something else if you want. The Knights Errant Foolish Adventures of Musk don't interest me very much. Okay. In that case... Alright, we did land that army. Let's go take out the rebels in Siok. Don't touch any of these provinces. You did. Yeah, that was a fun one. That was, you know, one proud Bavarian watched part of that. I don't know how much he watched. I didn't know who he was at the time. He showed up in some of that grand campaign for the Poland one and was like watching it. I didn't know who he was until someone told me, and then he disappeared. A long time ago. Offer plantation exports. Brazil's offered us a trade deal where they will get the opportunity to export plantation goods at a premium. Absolutely. It's a great deal. Forgot the mod does things like that. But it basically made a company that can challenge Twitter. It's called Threads. No. I personally think Twitter is an absolute hellhole of a website. I don't care for it. My opinion on it is simple as that. I won't even rant about it, so I'm not very passionate on it. I just think it's a bad website. I don't like using it. I think there's a lot of extremism on there. Ridiculous amount of pornography on Twitter too, surprisingly, which is weird. So it's like a wannabe Reddit. But like, you know, run by Musk, who is a piece of work. I don't like him. We're in favor of neither party. Wait, hold on. I think take a closer look at South America here. We got a trade deal with the Americans. We can't. That's odd. Do we need a high enough relation? Or maybe they have to offer it to us. It's weird. We have 30 years to go. What's up, Jimmy? Appreciate that, man. Thank you. The Byzantines, they took a beating, man. They went revolutionary briefly alongside Bavaria, and then Bavaria attacked them, and then they got, like, absolutely partitioned by their neighbors. They're in dire straits, and they hate us, so we're not going to get involved. The game is in 1821. I will be playing past it until 1836 before I save translate. If you go through the in-game menu, you can keep playing. Click any of those buttons. Yeah, the Mongols' heirs are ruling Byzantium. They've been doing that ever since it was reformed. Pretty fucking cool, I'm not gonna lie. So let's do some more wars in Asia. Let's just keep expanding. Megacampaign are still in a coalition, but honestly, fuck it. Our navy can deal with them. Oh, wait, though. I do want to take a moment. Oh, that's okay. That's a lot of rebels. I do want to take a moment. I think our high command, our naval high command, would not be rushing wars right now until the new king comes into power. So we're going to have a little bit of a period here, more relaxed, unless some big things happen that we want to intervene with. Let's get all of our armies kind of training and preparing for the wars to come. Sure, they're all drilling here. They are not. Good thing I checked. Remember the first CK3 game, MP game when you were Thessaloniki? You mean the multiplayer Grand Campaign one? Or which one? The Grand Campaign one? House Horatia, do you mean that one? Last year? I assume that's the one you're talking about. I did this last time and it bugged out. Not gonna do that again. I'm really gonna be very delicate with the game for the last few years to reduce these crashes. Yeah, it was a shit show, but it was also a ton of fun. I really did enjoy that one, besides all the meta players that we had, which were just fucking gross. What do I seek to achieve in life? You know, that's a question I ask myself more and more these days. I had a very specific pathway in life I'd planned for a long time, and then it kind of fell apart, and now in many ways I kind of don't know what I want to do anymore. I do and I don't. When I was young, I really wanted to, first I really wanted to go into business. I was really obsessed with money and stock trading. I'm a very good trader. I'm a poor bastard now, so I don't trade stocks anymore, but I'm very good at it, actually. Very, very good. I've made lots of money in the past. I wanted to go into, like, get an MBA, go into business, run a hedge fund and stuff like that. It was my original plan when I was younger. I was very good at it. But then I entered this period in high school where I kind of started to understand politics and how money influences the world and politics more, and I didn't really want to pursue that path anymore because I realized there wasn't much meaning in it. I mean, sure, fancy things are fun, toys are fun, but doesn't really give you any meaning. You don't leave anything. You usually damage things and people more than anything else. Then I had a teacher in high school who I really loved. This is Jablonski. She was fantastic. She taught a political science class, like U.S. government. Very good. It was AP. Very, very good. She got me really into politics. We'd hang out a lot. We talked a lot about politics and stuff, and I got really into that. And then after that, I really wanted to go into politics. I wanted to run for office one day. I wanted to get involved with local government and things like that and change things and be really heavily involved. I studied that in community college and then in college itself, 4-year, when I transferred on to that. During that time, I worked on the Bernie campaign. I did that twice. I worked on a lot of local campaigns, and I got very burned out, primarily due to losing sucked, but it was really the people. People who work in politics and political campaigns are brutal. There's a lot of sociopaths in politics, at least. There's a lot. And it's just brutal dealing with those people. And I realized the process of politics even more. And I decided eventually, when COVID happened, I really burned out. I dropped out of school because I wasn't getting financial aid anymore because I had to move out of state because I lost my job. And then I stopped pursuing the political path anymore. And now I don't know really what I want to do. I'm going to be honest. I'm enjoying what I'm doing right now. A lot of my time is just doing basic work and then streaming and doing YouTube videos because I really enjoy it as a creative outlet more than anything else. I like that. And you know, maybe I want to keep going down this path and see what happens. I think I'll always stream and make videos. The question is how much I focus in the future on it. I have been thinking a lot more about going back to school and maybe going back towards politics. It's just so brutal dealing with those sorts of people. I don't know. I don't have a big tolerance for bullshit anymore like I used to. What do I want to achieve in life, though? I suppose the most simple way to put it is I want to do some sort of good, right? I mean, I think most people want that. I used to want to make some sort of a crazy legacy or do dramatic things. I don't really want that anymore. Now I just want to like find a way to make my life have, I guess, a net positive on other people. Whether that's through making interesting things, helping them, or just, you know, like I think streaming is a bit of that, right? For me, at least, you know. Like, I view streaming and YouTube videos as a creative outlet, but I also view it as good because it's entertainment, right? I mean, it gives... Life's shitty. Life's hard. We all have stuff we're dealing with, and a little bit of entertainment you enjoy now and then, it really does help with it. I mean, because that's what things like this has always done for me, so I think it's good in that sense. So, it's something to do with that, but I don't know what it is anymore. Again, I lived a lot of my life, like, very... What's the word? Passionate, and knowing exactly what I thought I wanted to do. Because I thought that willpower and passion could shape your future. And don't get me wrong, it can, right? The power of an individual to make change and to affect their own life and others, it is powerful. But when I was younger, I didn't understand, I think, how much good and bad events and life will change who you are and what you want to do. It's important not to like give up on things you want to, but I think most people will learn you have to adapt what you want to what life is. And I'm in that really weird stage again, where I'm not sure what I want to do in some ways. Like, I know the broad strokes of what I want to do, what I want to achieve, right? It's just, I want to provide some net positive. The world's full of so much shit, dude. Like, everyone's life is hard. Even people who have it well suffer, right? Suffer's relative. Like, there's people who have horrible lives, there's people who have easier lives, but everyone suffers to a degree. And I think if you live your life and manage to help others and help the world, not in dramatic ways, just in small ones, that's something worthwhile. But the question is, how do you go about doing that? I mean, it's a slow process every day, right? You can help by being good to the people around you and doing small things, but, you know, I want to find some way I can do that going forward. I don't know what that is, I'm going to be honest. But that's, I suppose, the long-winded answer to that, if that answers your question. I used to really know, and now I don't. Empress Consort, Shula is kind-hearted. She will be not in power for long, though, so that's fine. I don't know. Life's an interesting thing. Like, I don't know. I'm so conflicted in some ways about, like, I guess purpose. It's something we all ask ourselves, and there's no easy solution to it. And meaning. I very much subscribe to many different philosophical beliefs, but one that has always been strong for me and I will maintain probably forever is I do really put a lot of emphasis on absurdism, right? Which is a philosophical concept that in many ways life is just insanely absurd and makes no sense, and meaning is relative to what we choose to put into it, which is, I guess, kind of defined where I've started to place value into what I want to do and put my time into, in the sense that I want to put my time into things that I find meaning in. Our golden era is done, by the way, and it was certainly a golden era. My gosh. In the sense that, like, I think many, I'll try not to rant too hard here. You asked a deep question, so that's on you. What the? Many people ascribe meaning to things that everyone else chooses to see as being meaningful, right? I think we get taught naturally by our culture, by our religion, by family, by people who are close to us, that certain things should have meaning, right? But I think an important thing about growing older and getting some degree of wisdom and understanding for life is realizing that meaning is relative to the person. And that's important to remember, right? Like, you choose what you put meaning into. Others will tell you what you should do, and, you know, to a degree you should listen to that. But it's really about, like, what you find meaning in, and trying to move your life in a direction that supports that. It's made me kind of reevaluate many things in my life. Like, there's, you know, me 5 years ago would never have imagined I'd be doing something like this, like streaming and making YouTube videos. And you know, it's not a career. It doesn't pay my bills per se. I put a lot of time and work into it because I do like doing it. But, like, it's a much more creative direction I've chosen to go in life when I've got older, because I do think I've gained some small degree of wisdom and understanding. Not a lot, just a tiny bit, and that's important. And I was very passionate and focused on certain things when I was younger, and now I'm not as much. Now I try and reflect more on what I like and what I want to put meaning into. And something like this. I mean, this is a fucking video game. This is a bunch of pixels and a spreadsheet behind it. But I do see some meaning in it because I enjoy it. It allows me to, you know, conceive of certain things and enjoy it and share with other people like I'm doing right now. And there's meaning in that. And so, you know, all the other things I started to do also in my personal life, I've tried to build around that. So I think achievement is a general thing, but I think more important than general achievement, for me at least, so I guess you could even say it's achieving something, is to find what I really enjoy and place value in, and do my best to live a life that, you know, positively impacts other people by allowing me to make meaning in what I choose to put it into. There we go. Very long-winded answer. I'll end with that. I wanted to be a stockbroker since I was 6 and was really engaged there, but now I sit here with absolutely no idea. I'm still young, but I'm clueless in what I want to do. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I think life is a bit easier when you figure out what you want to do when you're younger, especially if it is really what you want to do. But most people will not get that, right? Most people will not have that. It's also important to be able to reflect on what you're doing. I mean, just like constantly switching back and forth between directions in life, there's danger in that. But it's also important to be willing to realize that you don't truly want to do something or would prefer to do something else, I guess. I don't know. The proletariat of our time still need to be vigilant and never siding with the bourgeoisie. You got a Hassan. Jimmy, are you a Hassan sub? Are you helping build Hassan's, what's the fucking phrase he always said? Something Hollywood lifestyle. I was gifted. All right, for sure. Oh boy. I don't dislike Hassan, but not my cup of tea. Alrighty, back to the game. Did we lose our Casus Belli on them? No, not yet. 4 years we will. I think we're gonna probably plot for another big war with Byzantium. I would like to probably wait until our heir comes of age here and we'll start a new war, Castora. We'll wait for that. Never really known what I want to do. I don't have passion for anything, and the only thing I truly enjoy is spending time with other people. My social skills are quite shit. Moving around a lot has made it harder to succeed socially. That's true. I moved all around a lot when I was a kid, man. It's rough doing that, but it's all about putting yourself out there. But I mean, there's 101 things you can find to do in life that allow you to, you know, do that. And many people just don't find what they are passionate about and want to do when they're young. Like, your parents will probably pressure you and say, oh, you need to figure out what you're doing right now and stuff like that. It's important to reflect on it, but some of that stuff will just simply come with time. More urbanization in Cagliari, by the way. It's really happening there because of all that coal. Druids are fraud. We're going to publicly fire them. What was the result of the war? We beat Byzantium and Yorubaland, but Brazil pieced out and didn't give us anything, unfortunately. We did win it, though. We'll go with imperial projects. We are very absolutist, so I think that fits fairly well. I'm going to dump some more money into Brazil as well. I really want to make them strong here. We'll give them another 2K. We're nation building in Brazil right now is what we're doing. What has happened so far, JV? Oh boy, that's a long story. A lot of big wars. We became an empire. Solomon reigned until the end. We're a colonial power in Asia now. We're very strong. We've 180'd very hard. My dad didn't know what to do when he finished high school, so he asked 5 of his friends to name a random subject. He put those 5 on a paper and put them in a hat. Picked up a random one and took it to mastering it. Turned out to be immunology. He has worked with it for 20 years and he has hated it since day one. Oof, that's sad. But that's the point, right? I think that's a good example of that. Don't rush into what you want to do. Don't flip-flop your whole life and realize that there is a timeline on things, but don't make snap decisions. That's a very important thing to learn in life. It's really hard to do when you're younger. I heard similar advice when I was young and I ignored it. And then I got older and I realized it's true. Kind of how that tends to go. What's that? Isn't that like a Plato or Aristotle quote? The tragedy of life is you gain wisdom too late to be able to properly use it, or something like that. It's not a Plato quote. It's a very good one, which is true. When you start to really get perspective and wisdom, which I think now is almost more important than intelligence, it's usually at a point where it's much less impactful on your life in terms of what you can do physically and mentally. Our regent is a loyalist. Well, you always expect those put in a chance of regency to be loyal to the crown and to the nation. We're happy enough if they do not abuse their position or are directly unloyal and try to grab power as soon as they are in a position of leadership. Shula is an exception to the rule, loyal and well-mannered. Her proposal by her faction was the best news in months since we expected nothing. So that's actually really wild. She's an embezzler. She was the second wife of Solomon IV. She is also not the father of Torres. He had it with a maid. He had his kid with a maid. She's apparently been a very good regent though and ruled very carefully. Kind-hearted, yeah. No, she really turned herself around. That's unexpected. I thought she'd really be a problem for us, but she's turned out to be fantastic. That's pretty cool. Hell yeah. Brazil was a Byzantine colony. We had it first, and then Brazil took it from us. Yes. Takrira had it for a little bit too. In terms of our colonial possessions, we currently have large ports of Malaysia. We have Siak. We have Palembang. We have a bunch of the Spice Islands, and we have basically every island in the Pacific. Speaking of islands in the Pacific, we need to take out Hawaii. I've been forgetting to do that all game. Send an army there. We'll use the mercenary one. We have all the other islands. The store is about to come of age, and we will open his reign off with a war on the last Hawaiian island. I'm very curious to see what his first trade is as well. We're going to really dictate how I'm going to play the end of EU4 based on what he gets. Don't know who we're dealing with quite yet. Tunis is Hellenic? Yes, it is. Tunis is Hellenic. Naples was too, but they got conquered by the Pope and reconverted. Arborea is Hellenic. Bremen was for a while, but they converted. Oh, yeah. We've got Hellenic down here as well. There's a lot of other religions in our country. We're very tolerant. So if you actually go to our religion menu, you'll see it's all over the place. Lots of animists, lots of Hellenic, Orthodox, Sunni, Confucius, everything. Theravada Buddhists. Yeah, we don't convert anyone. We're religiously tolerant. We took the reform for that. So. All right, let's declare the war. We will. Oh, we're out of good generals again. Fuck. We'll go Barzone Arsenari then. Declare the war on Hawaii. And we will march troops across the Gulf. This will end the last of the Hawaiian Islands being conquered. Got that fleet too. I'm very antisocial, could never have such a social job such as a teacher. I don't know, I've had plenty of teachers who were actually fairly, the word, at least shy, a little bit shy, you know, more introverted. It doesn't mean you can't teach at all. As long as you gain confidence. Confidence and shyness are two very different things. You can definitely teach with that if you'd like. Was the previous heir disinherited? No, Spartan, he died. He got a fever and he died. And then during that event, we had one where our King Solomon IV slept with a maid and had an heir. So that's our current heir. He is a bastard. Religiously tolerant is about to be super powerful when we convert to Vicky 3. It is, yeah. I didn't plan it that way. It's just how these events went. With the union of Castoro V and Ispilla, we have gained not only a spouse, but also a new ally in the realm. The Campo Fregoso is an old and influential family, and their seat in Maracaibo is a jewel of the empire. He was married at it while he came of age. Wow. He got basic modern army education, a bit of professionalism, combat ability, and drill game. Not fantastic, but not bad. Rise of a pretender. A pretender has risen to dispute the succession of Castoro, citing the pretext of extraordinary injustices of Torres rule and casting aspirations of illegitimacy to the new Empress Corsa region. Seymundo Balbo has raised an army to support his claim for the crown and marched on the capital. Oh boy. Espila, she's a very good wife. He's greedy. Oh boy. Alrighty. Well, we have Pretender revolts back home. Let's end a war of Hawaii. And let's fight this war of succession. That music back too. 1 second. This is very quiet. Best Torres monarch? Sure. Can one of the mods put up a poll for the best monarchs? That'd probably be Solomon IV, Liscandro. Ooh, who else? Probably Castoro, the OG one from Crusades. Liscandro III, the one who reinstituted the monarchy and stabilized the peaceful one. Ooh, that's 4. I don't know what the 5th one would be. Solomon IV is obvious. For sure, definitely him. Wow. That's a lot of rebels there. All of our transport ships are in Asia too. We're gonna have to bring them back here. How good of a ruler is he? Just out of curiosity. 252. He's a strong heir. He would probably be like a cousin or maybe like one of the other children of Solomon IV. He just did. I missed that. I apologize. And yes, they did annex all their puppets. Would you put a JV, or is it really always back here? Must have been a ways back. I'm looking for it. They took Arborea. Those transport ships will get here somewhat soon. Wait, he's Hellenic? Hold the fuck up. Oh boy. That's a little tempting, I'm gonna be honest. Oh, I'm a little tempted by that. You know how much internal issues that would cause? Spartan, I think the way RP-wise I'd take this is, I think, much like one of our other great ancestors, when Solomon IV had that bastard with a maid, he took it as a sign and made him the heir despite being a bastard while still having other children. So this would be like an older half-brother of Torres. Well, despite his last name, I think we're going to take it from that direction. So we'll say that he's like one of the other children of Solomon the Fourth, but you know, he was one of the other ones. Solomon the Fourth making obviously his bastard the heir, which would make sense due to why this would be happening since we haven't had one of these in a while. Good apple? Hell yeah. Red Delicious and Galos are great. Castoro, Liscandro, Andrea, and Solomon. Oh, I am a wee bit tempted. Before we do that poll, I'm going to put up another one. The name of the other guy. I will do a poll. Say Munder at the... All right, I'm going to make this a long poll because I'm going to go also grab something to eat again, a little snack, and then wait for a second. Pace myself. I'm tired and I want to see how far we can get tonight, so I'll be back in just a moment. While I am gone, there is a poll up. So the way this is going to work RP-wise is he is the another child born of the marriage of what's his name, Solomon the Fourth and his Castellan wife. So technically he would actually probably have the support of Castell in this war, which would be a lot of money and a lot of troops, and the government might not want to start a war with Castell over the inheritance issue. Whereas our current ruler Castoro is a bastard of Solomon the Fourth, our greatest ruler, admittedly. So it was the wish of our greatest ruler ever to do it. Everyone who is going to vote on this and watching, you are either members of nobility, the armed forces, or the nobility, or, you know, navy, and you're all kind of deciding who you are going to support in the civil war. And we will base things how they move on what happens here. So I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, I'm back. How we looking on that pool? Ooh, it is fucking close. If it's tied, I'm going to send in an army and we'll fight it out. Like 1v1. I know exactly now. I was thinking about how this could go either way, though. There's some obvious things that could happen here for either one. Alrighty. Cowabunga it is. Okay, so Seymunder has won the poll. So the way I was thinking about this, and the way this actually makes a lot of sense right now, is you got to remember who would be Seymunder's mother. It would have been that princess from Castalla, right? Thank you, Levo. Appreciate that, man. As such, it would have been a huge diplomatic insult and big deal for Solomon IV to disinherit his other children to support a fucking bastard after the death of his son and heir. It would have been a big deal to begin with, and probably many people would have questioned his judgment. I mean, he's a great king, probably the greatest in our history, but he was old, and people could have said he was certainly quite senile. So for him to legitimize a bastard over his other children, the legitimate ones, would have been a huge issue. And for Castalla, that would have been even more of an issue, right? As a major Mediterranean power, they'd begun to reconcile with us, which, let's be honest, it's a mutual thing at this point. Whenever Castalla fights us now, they get fucked up, right? Their fleets are destroyed, they can never get to our home isle, and we could wreak a lot of damage to them navally. So it's also in their interest to make sure that we essentially aren't going to war with them. I would imagine the reconciliation as being mutual, right? In the same way that after a certain point, the British and Dutch reconciled through the context of just stability and trade, right? As far as I would see this, I think there's a lot of comparisons here. As such, when Castoro came of age and was officially made king or emperor of Sardinia, Seymunder would have probably been speaking with the government in Castella, with his family there. I mean, that is his family, right? Those are his mother's relatives, about getting support for an insurrection in Sardinia. Because Castalla knows that even if they went to war with Sardinia to install him, if they can't land in Sassari, if they can't get troops there, they'll never get past our navy. So they knew that they couldn't fight a war to place him on the throne. We won't have like a war of Austrian succession type situation here. What they did instead was support him by giving large amounts of funds and troops. And during all these wars of conquest and wars we've been doing recently, they've been supporting, in the last 15 years, his support for inheritance. He'd be older, right? So he'll be much older than Castro, probably in his 30s. And as such, a large part of the military, as well as the nobility and the traders, ended up actually supporting him, seeing as good relations between Castalla and him being very useful. So we're gonna let him win the war due to the fact that he's gonna take the capital, and large amounts of the military nobility would kind of be the same. No, they're not in power anymore, you're right. The Borcolin Fier are in charge. But to suggest that the Torshitaro Guadiato family wouldn't still be massively powerful and probably owning large tracts of land all across Castalla and still be active in the court, they'd still be relevant, and the interests of a past dynasty would still be very powerful, right? There was no civil war, there was no bloody coup as far as we know, right? It was just a case of the royal line dying out and a new one taking power. So it's not like Torshitaro Guadiato are gone, they just wouldn't. So that's how I'm thinking, and that makes a lot of sense. He's also Hellenic, so he would have converted. Castella's not very religious, so it's not a big deal. I want to point out, I'm not just going to start converting rapidly to Hellenic unless he's a zealot. So most likely, we'll just have a Hellenic king for the first time. And yeah, that's the path we're going to go here. And depending on what happens, I also may do some spicy things in Vicky 3 related to a succession crisis and the heirs of Castoro too. So as such, we're going to wait and let him siege the capital. Unless we can just peace out. I will not negotiate. So we'll just have to let them take the capital. So our country's going to be in absolute chaos for a little while here. Is what's going to happen, essentially. Go after the papacy? Yes. They are allied with the French and Savoy and Toulouse. It definitely would make sense for us to take the last of southern Italy, but given we are just fully in internal wars right now. Yeah, it's basically like the Carlist Wars right now. Very similar to that. Very, very similar to that. The Carlists are revolting. That's what this would be. So we won't be fighting foreign wars at the moment. Stop the transport ships? Yeah. Oh my gosh. What kind of revolutionaries are these? A counter-revolution! Oh my god! Okay, so there are currently 3 sides in the Civil War. There's the loyalists to Castoro, there's the supporters of Seymunder's rebellion, and now we have a democratic revolt for a revolutionary government happening. The fuck? Excess prestige will be converted into monarch power. We're the countries in the world who do not claim to value honor and justice, but even fewer of the countries actually live up to these ideals. The lack of large-scale and everyday corruption in Sardinia has made it one of these rare places where principles matter over personal gain. We have changed a lot, haven't we? No, I'm not going to. I'm not touching any buttons for a while here. What happens, happens. Seymunder has won the poll, so I'm just not going to touch anything, I think is what we're going to do here. We'll see what happens. This is a very chaotic time period. A lot of shit can happen. Yeah, this is 1930s Spanish Civil War. Absolutely. We need some more fitting music for this. I think I know I'm gonna go with this, by the way. Can anyone remind me where Napoleon's from? I've got an idea of how I might take this. Does anyone remember where Napoleon's from? Out of curiosity, originally. Yeah. I think there's actually an event to get him if you own Corsica. I could be wrong about that. Like I said, I will not be touching any buttons here. Let's see what happens. Ooh. It's 1807. Oh boy. I'm gonna make this even more interesting. Let's make this spicy. Make this real spicy. Hands off the wheel. Hands off the wheel. What was our forts are too strong? Makes it very difficult to actually siege anything. There's no one fucking in charge. The whole country's split. Like I mean, when we play the game, we're playing the spirit of the nation. There is no spirit of the nation right now. It's divided 3 ways. The loyalists, the rebels, and the revolutionaries. Oh, boy. Yeah, no. I mean, like like that was the pool, right? It was split, and that means the army and the navy is just completely split right now. So, no. It's very hard to siege. They can do it. It'll take a lot of them, though. It'll take them a while. This is our dark period again. After the great reign of a great emperor, the nation has been thrown completely into chaos. It is very stressful not to be controlling the country, I will say, but for the RP, I'm gonna do this. Farmer quest? Alrighty. It is. Ooh. Oh, look, it's happening. France is at war with the fat mids too. Cagliari has fallen. They don't have the troops to beat the revolutionaries. And another revolt in Corsica. Oh boy. I said I promised I wouldn't protect the royal family, and that's what we're gonna do right now. Torres ends right after Solomon, though. That's such a bittersweet moment, not gonna lie. To rebuild an empire only to lose it a generation later. Fuck. Everything's on fire, Curse. The whole country's on fire. Oh, absolutely. I've always said this. I'll keep playing the country after House Torres is out of power, and I may even RP bringing them back one day, depending on what happens in the events of things. But no, I mean it is also the story of our country, and then it will become the story of our species when we go into Solaris. So it's the end of an era if this does succeed here. There is always the chance that the pretenders can win this, though. I'm just gonna choose everything like there's no central authority in our country right now, because there isn't. Oh boy. That line of fat mid soldiers just going west to fight the Papal States. Civil War. Cursed Civil War. We're not doing anything? Back to the good one. Pretenders just engaged the rebels The pretenders are going to beat the revolutionary forces, but they're down to 20,000 men up there. I also know what I'm going to do if the revolution wins to make this more interesting. I have no idea, JV. Okay. Disease. There's a whole disease epidemic happening right now because the government can't respond to it too. We're going to lose our alliance with Japan because we will not be able to join their war. The fall. It's time. We've done too well for too long. Storms are destroying factories in Asia. Oh boy, this is the collapse, isn't it? More pretenders popped up in Arborea. They are gonna win it, aren't they? God damn, I did not see that coming. Sorry has fallen. We got a football religion. New religion spreads. Our peasant rabble is performing strange rituals, including some kind of balls. We have to prevent another religious turmoil. Just for a little bit of realism, I'm going to raise the army maintenance a tiny bit. We'll give it like a... Oops, actually it shouldn't be there. We'll put it down to like a fourth. Pretenders were engaged and destroyed by revolutionaries in North Africa. Going on for I think 3 years now. The store lost almost all his supporters, Tal. All the morale would be gone in our armies too, which is why I'm putting it down. Would they? They're so fucking split and fighting each other. Half the soldiers would be disagreeing on everything. A lot of the soldiers in our armies might even be starting to support their revolutionaries. In big revolutions in history like this, the army was actually very disunited to the point they almost did nothing. If I take the wheel of our own armies, like as a player, you'd be competent enough to easy this stack wipe and fuck up the rebels. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reflect Castora's supporters for when the revolutionaries actually fight the armies of our soldiers, which actually could still win even on 1/4 power. So when they eventually fight them, that's when things will get decided. They might not want that, that's true. But the only way I could reflect that would be microing them, and then we'll win. And I don't want to do that. So, well, again, it'll be decided when they actually fight them armies. Because they will march over and fight them at some point here. And if they beat their armies that way, then I'll micro and then we'll end the war. So they have to take Bizerte first. They actually can't get to that army down there. If the number of power declares war on us, then I will also go in and start microing. Because it's very hard to actually give rebels a realistic chance in EU4. Victory is much better with that. You also got to remember that there's a flu epidemic across our whole country right now. I'm not stopping it because there's no central government, so half of our fucking armies would just be sick as fuck too. Yes, we have a bunch of colonies in Asia right now, Levo. Indonesia has a lot. I will say, if the revolution wins, I will also not close the door on like a Napoleon III type situation, right? So, restoring the monarchy, I will be willing to do. Because there's enough Torreses around, someone could be put on the throne. So we'll see what happens. How would the colonies be reacting to the homelands? They probably would have just gotten news, and the soldiers there would be more competent in maintaining order, I would imagine. Given they were recently established, and we had a good general over there. But we might lose some of them. Okay. Very incompetent leadership too. My great Doge, the traitorous Carso Sardinia revolutionaries have forced us to submit. We are now a republic. Parliamentarianism, plutocratic court, and Liscandro di Busca, who is a 202, Jesus, Tunisian heritage and a Catholic. Like the song I'll play if it's not too bad. And we're an actual republic now. Oh my god, he's a 111. He's so incompetent. The only advisor who is kept was our trade advisor, Runu Kafaso. And for now, that is the House of Torres being ended. So what would have happened is that during the midst of total and complete civil war, wherein the bastard son of Solomon inherited and came to power and fought against Seymundur, his half-brother, the revolutionaries that had long awaited and revolted multiple times used that opportunity and the chaos within Sardinia to take power and to rule. And as such, they defeated the armies of the Pretender in Sardinia, and with the navy and admirals disloyal, would not transport troops across to Sassari. And after securing the seat of power, as well as taking parts of North Africa, Castoro fled to exile in the east, and Seymundur fled to exile in Castalla. And before we end today, because I'm going to end here, I think it's a good spot for it, and I will continue this tomorrow probably instead of Foy4 because I'm so hyped for this. I will show you a little sneak peek of what will be happening for tomorrow. Where are they? Hold on. You know what it's gonna be though. Seymunder fled across the Mediterranean to a friendly port in Barcelona, meeting up with his ancestors in Castalla. Speaking of the revolution that has consumed Sardinia and put it to flame, the government of Castalla, unwilling to have a revolutionary government on its borders, seeking to install one of their own line, admittedly with the Torres name still on the throne of Sardinia, declared a war upon the ancient nation of Sardinia with the goal of establishing once more one of their line on the throne and having good relations. In order for the fledgling republic and new government to survive, they will need to use every ounce of military naval power they have. And I'm also going to do one last thing before we end today to reflect what just happened. In order to instill loyalty and to ensure that the future of the Republic of Sardinia's military would be loyal, the government is going to undergo purge of the general staff. They will also lose a large number of troops who will have fled, dispersed, or gone to fight with the Castallans, as well as part of the fleet. Now that I have sufficiently fucked up the country like an actual civil war would, we are going to end for the day. I hope everyone enjoyed. I will be streaming in the morning the grand roleplay campaign, the multiplayer one, is House Arista, after which we are going to continue this, because I really want to keep this going, and this is getting fucking interesting. Hope everyone enjoyed. Have a good rest of your Saturday evening, and I will see you tomorrow or soon.